What do you think would happen if all of the trees in the rainforest were cut down, or if chemicals were spilled in a river, or if snow and rainfall increased drastically? These are some of the many topics that are studied in the field of environmental science. Overall, environmental science is the field of science that studies the interactions of the physical, chemical, and biological components of the environment, and also the relationships and effects of these components with the organisms in the environment. The field of environmental science can be divided into three main goals, which are to learn how the natural world works, to understand how we as humans interact with the environment, and also to determine how we affect the environment. The third goal of determining how humans affect the environment also includes finding ways to deal with these effects on the environment. Environmental science is also referred to as an interdisciplinary field because it incorporates information and ideas from multiple disciplines. Within the natural sciences, such fields as biology, chemistry, and geology are included in environmental science. When most people think of environmental science, they think of these natural science aspects. But what makes environmental science such a complex and broad field is that it also includes fields from the social sciences and the humanities. The social science fields that are incorporated into environmental science include geography, economics, and political science. Philosophy and ethics are the two fields within the humanities that are also included in environmental science. By combining aspects of the natural sciences, social sciences, and the humanities, the field of environmental science can cover more concepts and also examine problems and topics from many different points of view. At this current time, the world around us is changing at a very rapid pace. Some changes are beneficial, but many of the changes are causing damage to our planet. The field of environmental science is a valuable resource for learning more about these changes and how they affect the world we live in. Let's examine a major change that is currently occurring and its relationship to environmental science. The large change is the dramatic increase in the number of humans on Earth. For most of human history, the population has been less than 1 million people, but the current population has skyrocketed to over 7 billion people. This equals out to 7,000 times more people. Due to this increase in the human population, there has also been an increase in pressure on the natural resources and ecosystem services that we rely on for survival. Natural resources include a variety of substances and energy sources that we take from the environment and use. Natural resources can be divided into renewable and non-renewable resources. Renewable natural resources are substances that can be replenished over a period of time, such as sunlight, wind, soil, and timber. On the other hand, non-renewable natural resources are substances that are in finite supply and will run out. Non-renewable resources include minerals and crude oils. Due to the increase in the human population, natural resources are being used up at a more rapid rate than in the past. Although renewable natural resources can be replenished, when they are used too rapidly, they cannot be replenished fast enough to meet human demand. Even worse, when non-renewable natural resources are used too rapidly, they become closer to running out completely and being gone forever. Natural resources have been referred to as the merchandise produced by the environment. And in this respect, ecosystem services are the facilities that we rely on to help produce the merchandise. Ecosystem services are the environment's natural processes that provide us with the resources we need to support life. Common ecosystem services include water and air purification, nutrient cycling, climate regulation, pollinating of plants, and the recycling of waste. Just like some natural resources, ecosystem services are also limited and can be used up if not regulated. Now let's tie it together and think about population growth and its influence on both natural resources and ecosystem services. As the human population increases and natural resources and ecosystem services are used rapidly and potentially degraded, the future of humans on Earth is in jeopardy. This is one major example of why environmental science is important and valuable. By studying what is happening in the environment, how humans are affecting it, and how it is changing, it may be possible to develop solutions to our depletion of natural resources and ecosystem services. Without the study of environmental science and the development of solutions to environmental problems, it would be likely that resources would run out and the existence of humans on Earth might be limited. There is often much confusion about the difference between environmental science and environmentalism. Although both focus on the environment, it is important to understand the difference. As we have previously learned, environmental science is the field of science that studies the interactions of the physical, chemical, and biological components of the environment and the relationships and effects of these components with the organisms within the environment. The key words here are a field of science, because this demonstrates that environmental science is rooted in scientific investigation and knowledge. Environmentalism, on the other hand, is not necessarily based on science. Environmentalism is a social movement which is based on political and ethical views of the environment. Most environmentalists are people who are dedicated to protecting the environment and the resources it provides to ensure life for all species. Although environmental scientists and environmentalists may have a similar passion for the world we live in, they differ in the way they approach and address their passion. Now, let's review the basics of environmental science. Environmental science is the field of science that studies the interactions of the physical, chemical, and biological components of the environment, and also the relationships and effects of these components with the organisms in the environment. Environmental science is a very broad science field that strives to answer questions about how the natural world functions, how humans interact with the environment, and also how humans influence their environment. In particular, environmental science is used to study how humans utilize renewable natural resources, which are substances that can be replenished over a period of time, such as sunlight and timber, and also how humans use non-renewable resources, which are substances that are in finite supply and will run out, such as crude oil and minerals. The field of environmental science is very interdisciplinary and includes many different specific fields. By combining many different disciplines, those that study environmental science can gain more insight into the environment and obtain a better understanding of environmental problems and possible solutions to these problems. Environmental science is a very collaborative field, with people from many different fields working together to ensure the future of our environment and our entire planet.
You know how when you have a really bad day and it seems like everything is going wrong? It's just one thing after another, and you get so frustrated that by the end of the day, you are ready to explode from frustration. In fact, you may get so frustrated that you have a sudden outburst or release of all that built up energy. And those unlucky enough to be around you when that happens should watch out. Earth also builds up and releases energy in this way. When this occurs, we have an earthquake, which is the shaking of the ground when rock below Earth's surface breaks. Energy builds up underground, and once it builds up enough, it just can't hold back any longer, and we get the same explosive release of energy as a person might at the end of a long, bad day. When the energy is released, it radiates outward in all directions. As the energy travels towards Earth's surface from underground, it shakes the ground, sometimes so much that it can cause damage above the ground. A seismograph is a machine that records ground movement from earthquakes. The information recorded tells us about the strength and speed of the energy traveling from the breaking point underground. We now know what an earthquake is, but what exactly causes the rock underground to break? This is the result of stress along plate boundaries on Earth. The plates are dynamic, so they are always moving. Sometimes they move enough that they push into each other or pull apart. Compressional stress occurs when rocks are pushed together. They're pressed into one another. Tensional stress occurs when rocks are pulled apart. They're being stretched farther than they would be otherwise. Shear stress is when rocks slide past each other in opposite directions. It's like rubbing your hands together. They don't push or pull, but there's a lot of friction there. When the stress gets to be too much, like all of the events building up on a bad day, The rock breaks and the ground begins to shake. If the rock splits into separate pieces, we get a fault, which is the line of fracture along the split rock. One of the most famous faults on Earth is the San Andreas Fault in California. This fault runs almost the entire length of the state of California and is well known for causing frequent earthquakes in this area. Just like you may have some release of your tension at different times during your bad day, not all of the breaking of rock and energy release happens at once during an earthquake. There may be foreshocks and aftershocks, which are the energy release before and after the main quake. The point underground where the actual breaking of rock occurs is called the focus. It might help to remember this by thinking of it as the focal point of the earthquake. This is where the main event occurs underground. The point directly above the focus on the surface of Earth is called the epicenter. This is where the ground shaking is usually the strongest. From this point on the surface, the waves of energy from below ground begin to travel outward, so you can think of this as the central point of shaking above ground. Because the shaking is strongest here, this is also where the most damage usually occurs. You may be surprised to learn that earthquakes don't actually kill people. It's all of the damage that occurs because of the shaking ground that causes people harm. Buildings crumble and fall, landslides and avalanches may be triggered, and roads and bridges can collapse. Falling objects are also quite likely to harm people during an earthquake, as items are shaken off of shelves, walls, and buildings. Since earthquakes are the result of plate boundary interactions, it's no surprise that most earthquakes occur in just a few specific areas on Earth. In fact, these areas are so famous for earthquakes and volcanoes, which also tend to occur where plates meet, it's been nicknamed the Ring of Fire. There is a major plate boundary along California, which is where the San Andreas Fault is found. Along the west coast of South America, we also find another major plate boundary, and quakes are quite common in this region as well. The Pacific Rim is another area with lots of shaking activity, so places like Indonesia are also very familiar with this dangerous natural disaster. Many of the plate boundaries are underwater in oceans, and when earthquakes occur in these locations, they may lead to tsunamis. These are huge water waves that occur with underwater earthquakes. Tsunamis are very dangerous when they reach coastlines because the waves have built up an incredible amount of energy as they travel along. One of the most deadly tsunamis occurred in December of 2004 from an earthquake in the Indian Ocean. More than 230,000 people were killed during this event, considered one of the deadliest natural disasters in history. An earthquake is like Earth having a really bad day. Energy builds up underground when plate boundaries push, pull, or rub against each other. After a while, the stress becomes too much to handle and the rock underground breaks. This releases a massive amount of energy, similar to an explosion you might have when you're just too frustrated at the end of a bad day. The shaking of the ground that occurs when rock below Earth's surface breaks is called an earthquake. There are different types of stress that cause earthquakes depending on how the rocks are moving. If the rocks are being compressed by pressing into each other, this is called compressional stress. If there is tension from the rocks being pulled apart, this is called tensional stress. When the rocks rub together, we get shear stress, which is similar to rubbing your hands together. Not a lot of damage, but certainly a lot of friction. When rocks break into two pieces, faults are created. These are the lines of breakage between the rocks and where we often find heavy earthquake activity, like along the San Andreas Fault in California. The point underground where the earthquake begins is called the focus. This is the focal point where the rock actually breaks. Directly above the focus on the surface is the epicenter, which is the central point from where all of the ground shaking extends outward on the surface. Because this is the central point, it's also where we usually see the most damage from an earthquake. Earthquakes don't always release all of their energy at one time. Foreshocks and aftershocks are energy that is released before and after the main quake. Earthquakes cause a lot of damage because they do some serious ground shaking. Buildings, roads, and bridges may collapse, landslides and floods may occur, and people can be killed by falling objects or structures. Because earthquakes mostly occur along plate boundaries, we find the most shaking activity along specific areas in the world. The Ring of Fire is nicknamed as such because more earthquakes and volcanoes occur here than anywhere else. Many plate boundaries in the Ring of Fire are found in the ocean, but just because the earthquake happens far out at sea doesn't mean it doesn't affect those on land. In December 2004, several countries along the Pacific Rim were hit by a very powerful tsunami, which is huge water waves that come from underwater earthquakes. This tsunami is considered one of the most deadly natural disasters in history because of its massive death toll and land damage.
Volcanoes are spectacular events, and because of this they have found their way into the plot of many Hollywood movies. While the movies have given most of us the vivid image of red-hot lava spewing out of the top of a towering volcano, they do not share the entire story of volcanoes. In this lesson, we will fill in some of the blanks left by Hollywood as we learn how volcanoes form and why eruptions occur. So what exactly is a volcano? Well, it can be defined as a vent in the Earth's crust through which lava, rock fragments, hot vapor, and gases are ejected. In other words, a volcano is the Earth's way of letting off a little steam. The superheated particles that eject out of a volcano come from deep below the Earth's surface, where temperatures can become so hot that rock actually melts. Magma is the term used to describe this hot molten rock from deep within the Earth. A volcano begins to form when magma, which is less dense than the rock it originated from, rises toward the Earth's surface. This liquid rock collects in chambers called magma chambers, where pressure builds due to expanding steam and gases associated with the magma. As pressure reaches a peak within these chambers, magma finds its way through a vent or fissure in the Earth's surface, resulting in a volcanic eruption and the expulsion of the hot molten rock. We now have hot molten rock outside of a volcano, and its name changes from magma to lava. So you can think of magma as liquid rock in the middle of the Earth, and lava as liquid rock that's leaving the Earth. When a volcano erupts, it expels lava, gases, and rocks with tremendous force. It's no wonder that the Romans thought that volcanoes were the work of the gods. The name volcano comes from a little island in the Mediterranean Sea called Volcano. Centuries ago, people in the area thought that the island was a chimney that led out of Vulcan's workshop. Vulcan was the blacksmith for the Roman gods, and when lava and ash would spew from the mountain, it was a sign that Vulcan was hard at work pounding out weapons for the gods. Now, volcanoes are classified by their level of activity. If a volcano is deemed to be an active volcano, then it is a volcano that has erupted at least once in the past 10,000 years. Now, as you can see, there's a pretty big window for active volcanoes. With this definition, an active volcano could be erupting right now, or might have erupted only once since the last ice age. There are about 1,500 active volcanoes on planet Earth, and this includes those under the world's oceans. You might think it's odd that a fiery volcano could erupt under tons of ocean water, but this is because many active volcanoes, both underwater and on land, occur due to plate tectonics. Plate tectonics is a theory that states the Earth's crust is broken up into pieces. With plate tectonics, we see that the outer crust of the Earth is actually cracked, much like the fractures that happen when you crack the shell of a hard-boiled egg. The resulting plate-like sections of crust are called tectonic plates, and they float on top of the much hotter deep layers of the Earth, sort of like a hockey puck glides over an air hockey table. Openings at the plate boundaries where these plates meet each other allow hot molten magma to escape in a volcanic eruption, even if these plate boundaries are underwater. Not all volcanoes occur along plate boundaries, but many of the world's most active volcanoes are in these locations. For example, the Ring of Fire is an area of the Pacific Ocean basin that is tectonically active due to the presence of plate boundaries. This area is home to many active volcanoes, including Mount St. Helens, which erupted in 1980 in Washington State. It was the most destructive volcano eruption in the United States history. If a volcano is not active, it could be a dormant volcano. which means that it is a volcano that has not erupted in the past 10,000 years, but has the potential to erupt in the future. Mount Rainier, which is also located in Washington State, is an example of a dormant volcano. At a height of over 14,000 feet, Mount Rainier can be considered a sleeping giant that keeps volcanologists on their toes. A volcano can also be classified as an extinct volcano, which means that it is a volcano that is not expected to erupt again. These past volcanoes no longer have a lava supply and therefore are deemed unlikely hotspots for volcanic activity. In 2013, researchers discovered the world's largest volcano lying quietly at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. It is estimated that this 400-mile-wide volcano last erupted about 144 million years ago and has been extinct ever since. Let's review. A volcano is a vent in the Earth's crust through which lava, rock fragments, hot vapor, and gases are ejected. A volcano begins to form when magma, which is hot molten rock from deep within the Earth, rises toward the Earth's surface and collects in magma chambers. As pressure builds within these chambers, magma is expelled through a vent or fissure in the Earth's surface as a volcanic eruption. Hot molten rock outside of a volcano takes on the name lava. So you can think of magma as liquid rock in the middle of the Earth and lava as liquid rock that's leaving the Earth. There are different classifications of volcanoes. An active volcano is a volcano that has erupted at least once in the past 10,000 years. Many active volcanoes occur due to plate tectonics, which is a theory that states the Earth's crust is broken up into plates. These plate-like sections of crust are called tectonic plates, and at the boundaries between plates, magma can escape in a volcanic eruption. The Ring of Fire is an area of the Pacific Ocean basin that is tectonically active due to the presence of plate boundaries. A volcano can also be classified as a dormant volcano, which means that it is a volcano that has not erupted in the past 10,000 years, but has the potential to erupt in the future. Or as an extinct volcano, which is a volcano that is not expected to erupt again.
Life is everywhere, in the oceans, beneath the soil, and even inside your body. In 1875, geologist Edward Seuss was the first scientist to use the term biosphere to describe the part of the Earth where life exists. Is the biosphere the same thing as a biome? And how do ecosystems fit into the picture? Let's start by looking at what the biosphere is not. Because the Earth is so big, there are almost limitless ways to study it. One of the simplest means by which science categorizes different aspects of the Earth is by dividing it into spheres. The lithosphere consists of the Earth's crust and upper part of its mantle. The atmosphere is what we call the air, or the mixture of gases held around the Earth by its gravitational pull. The hydrosphere is the sum total of all the Earth's water in any form, whether it's on the ground as liquid or ice, or in the clouds as water vapor. All of these spheres interact with one another through many different means, such as the water cycle and biogeochemical cycles like the carbon and nitrogen cycles. The biosphere is the fourth sphere and consists of the places where life can be found. Since life exists in the air, on and in the earth, and on and in water, the biosphere overlaps, connects, and influences all of the other spheres, and they all affect the biosphere. Considering the sheer number of organisms on Earth, however, the biosphere is actually fairly small in size. Most of the biosphere's life is found between 500 meters below the surface of the ocean and 6 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, although there are organisms, especially microorganisms, able to live at much higher and lower depths. The biosphere is quite old. Its creation coincides with the appearance of the first bacteria about 3.5 billion years ago. As life has changed and become more complex, so has the biosphere. Where does the biosphere sit in the hierarchy of life? Since it encompasses all places where life exists, you might expect it to be near the top of the pyramid, and you'd be right. Atoms, molecules, cells, tissues, organs, organ systems, organisms, populations, communities, ecosystems, biomes, biosphere, Earth. Just beneath the biosphere on this pyramid are the biomes, or large communities of organisms defined by a particular climate. Below biomes in the hierarchy are ecosystems, which are usually defined as even narrower and more specialized populations of organisms that interact with non-living parts of the environment. The study of the biosphere is the basis for ecology, the study of life and its interactions with the physical environment. For example, in the image here, red symbolizes high concentrations of algae and plant-like plankton in the oceans, while greens represent high numbers of land plants. Since plants are primary producers, that is, they are found at the bottom of food webs, they are good indicators of where other forms of life can be found. Ecologists monitor these types of data to try and predict what will happen to our environment. The information they obtain can help us to prepare for events that affect humans, like drought or severe storms. Because the Earth is always changing, the biosphere is always changing. Humans have had a profound impact on the biosphere. Rampant use of fossil fuels has changed the composition of the atmosphere so that it contains more greenhouse gases. This has, in turn, caused the overall temperature of the Earth to increase, especially over the last 100 years. The two maps on screen now show temperature irregularities that occurred between 1970 and 1979 on the bottom and 2000 and 2009 on the top. Red means warmer temperatures than normal, and blue means cooler ones. Warmer global temperatures can mean everything from different migration patterns for birds to increased algal blooms in the ocean. Other factors like pollution, increased acid rain, deforestation, and an increasingly porous ozone layer have all exerted their effects on the atmosphere, lithosphere, and hydrosphere. The result is a very different look to the biosphere. The biosphere is the part of the Earth where life exists, the sum total of all Earth's biomes. It is situated near the top of the hierarchy of life, above common groupings such as biomes, which are large communities of organisms defined by a particular climate, and ecosystems, which are usually defined as even narrower and more specialized populations of organisms that interact with non-living parts of the environment. The hierarchy is set up like this: atoms, molecules, cells, tissues, organs, organ systems, organisms, populations, communities, ecosystems, biomes, biosphere, Earth. The other spheres on Earth are the lithosphere, consists of Earth's crust and upper part of its mantle, the atmosphere, the mixture of gases held around the Earth by its gravitational pull, and the hydrosphere, the sum total of all Earth's water in any form. All of these spheres interact with one another, with the biosphere touching and having an impact on them all. The biosphere is the basis of the study of ecology, or the study of life, in which scientists like to study things like primary producers, which are found at the bottom of food webs. They are good indicators of where other forms of life can be found. Humans have had a large impact on the biosphere due to our role in climate change, pollution, and deforestation.
This is an example of a phylogenetic tree of life. This simplified drawing represents the origin of life on Earth. The black line, or the tree trunk, towards the bottom, is the universal ancestor of all organisms. Moving towards the top, time moves forward, and new species appear with each new branch. The major branch, also called a domain, to the right is the eukarya. This domain includes pretty much every organism you can see with the naked eye: fungi, plants, and animals. The red branch in the center, the archaea domain, is an ancient group that thrives in extreme environments and uses a variety of strange chemicals to make energy. This group is microscopic, unicellular, and prokaryotic, which means they lack a nucleus. As we continue to move left, we encounter the bacteria, another domain of microscopic, unicellular prokaryotes. Some of those names might be familiar to the novice microbiologists in the group, like the gram-positives and spirochetes. Others are probably new. You can see that the archaea and eukarya are closer together than the bacteria and archaea. Even though the archaea and bacteria are both unicellular prokaryotes, genetic evidence has determined that the archaea are actually more closely related to the eukarya. The bacteria are a far more distant relative to both. In this lesson, we will not get bogged down with learning about the individual groups of bacteria, but we will learn the major characteristics that define the domain as a whole. In fact, that sounds like a great place to start. Let's define what constitutes a member of the domain bacteria. A bacteria is any unicellular prokaryote that is not a member of the domain archaea. So, you can say that all bacteria exist as a single cell with no nucleus and be correct across the board. The only other blanket statement that applies to all bacteria is that they are very diverse and variable. Exceptions seem to exist with every attempt to generalize in this domain. For the most part, bacteria are small, typically around 1 micron in length. For comparison, eukaryotic cells, like those of plants and animals, are usually between 10 and 100 microns. In fact, most organelles inside the eukaryotic cells are the same size as the entire bacterial cell. This small size doesn't leave a lot of room for the bacteria to have their own organelles, so bacterial cells don't contain membrane-bound organelles like the mitochondria and nuclei of eukaryotes. Most bacteria have rigid cell walls, of which there are several types. These walls are important for preventing the bacterial cell from bursting. The cell wall can also dictate the cell shape, usually one of 3 basic shapes: round, rod, and spiral. Streptococcus, the bacteria that causes strep throat, is round, also called cocci. E. coli, the famous research bacterium and common cause of food poisoning, is rod-shaped. Lyme disease, caused by the bite of an infected tick, is caused by the spiral-shaped bacteria Borrelia. Estimating the number of bacterial species on Earth is very difficult. Some methods project 10 million. Others put the number closer to 1 billion. Either way, far less than 1% of those species have been identified, and fewer still have been studied and characterized. Bacteria grow and reproduce by binary fission. An individual cell will copy its genome and then split the cell in half, giving each half a copy of the DNA. This results in 2 new cells. Some species grow very slowly, taking months to years for a single cell to divide to form 2 new cells. Other species grow very quickly, with each cell dividing into 2 new cells every few minutes. E. coli, when provided oxygen and lots of nutrients, is one of those fast-growing bugs. The inside of the bacterial cell, called the cytoplasm, contains all the enzymes and their associated metabolic processes needed for survival. Bacteria have very diverse metabolic capabilities, which just means they can eat or breathe a wide range of chemicals. Some bacteria require oxygen, just like you. Others die immediately in the presence of oxygen, but thrive in habitats without it, like in your intestine. These species can breathe or respire chemicals like iron, sulfate, and nitrate. Some organisms eat simple sugars, while others can break down complex hydrocarbons or environmental pollutants. Cyanobacteria perform photosynthesis, obtaining their energy from sunlight. Basically, if there's a potential energy source in nature, you can bet a bacterium has evolved to exploit it. The diverse metabolic capabilities of bacteria have allowed them to colonize a wide range of environments. It would probably be faster to list the places where bacteria have not been found. Different species can live in air, water, and in soil. Bacteria have been found alive and thriving in ice, hot springs, deep oceans, and the fringes of the upper atmosphere. These bacteria play important roles in all the global chemical cycles on the planet. But bacteria are not just important in the environment. Recently, scientists have begun to explore the bacteria associated with the human body. One of the most fascinating findings from studying the bacteria associated with the human body is that there are 10 times more bacterial cells both inside of you and colonizing your body's surfaces than the number of human cells in your body. You might think this is a bad thing, but current research has shown that these bacteria are in a beneficial symbiotic relationship with our bodies. They play an important role in boosting our immune system, helping us break down food, and synthesizing important vitamins for our bodies to use. This line of research has made it all the way to the supermarket. You have probably heard of probiotics, which are microbes that confer health benefits to a host. Yogurt companies have been touting the digestive benefits of live lactobacillus, a bacteria, in their products. The population of bacteria naturally found in your gut helps keep your digestive system running smoothly while preventing pathogenic species from gaining a foothold. Of course, the bacteria that get the most attention and are most recognizable are often pathogenic. Bacteria have evolved many interesting and complex methods of attacking and exploiting human bodies and cells. Anthrax is caused by the rod-shaped bacteria Bacillus anthracis. Food poisoning outbreaks commonly have either E. coli or Salmonella as the culprit. Bacteria on your teeth are responsible for cavities. And of course, we have all heard of bacterial meningitis, bacterial pneumonia, and flesh-eating staph infections. Practically all body systems can be affected with a huge variation in disease symptoms and severity. The bacterial domain in the tree of life includes all unicellular and prokaryotic organisms not classified as archaea. This domain has an estimated 10 million species, but that number could be as high as 1 billion. Yet, less than 1% of all bacteria on Earth have been identified. Bacteria are microscopic, typically around 1 micron in size, which is too small to accommodate organelles. The cell is surrounded by a cell wall that provides and maintains cell shape. Most bacteria are either coccus, rod-shaped, or spiral. Bacteria grow and divide by binary fission with a wide range in growth rates. Different species of bacteria have evolved to exploit nearly every natural environment on Earth. Likewise, bacterial metabolism has similarly evolved to exploit nearly every possible food and energy source. These bacteria play crucial roles in the chemical cycles on the planet. The most commonly recognizable bacteria are those that cause disease or infection. These dangerous bacteria constitute a small number, however. Recent research has discovered the huge numbers of bacteria living on and inside the human body that contribute to nutrition and help prevent disease.
Gymnosperms are vascular plants that produce seeds but not flowers. These plants are more advanced than ferns but not quite as complicated as flowering plants. Common examples of gymnosperms include ginkgos and pine trees. These all produce seeds but do not make flowers. We already know that many plants go through a life cycle that alternates between diploid and haploid, but let's review some basic aspects of this before looking at how gymnosperms go through this process. Alternation of generations is a life cycle that includes both diploid and haploid multicellular stages. Remember that diploid means 2 sets of chromosomes and is commonly abbreviated as 2N, where the N stands for chromosomes. In diploid cells, 1 copy of the chromosomes comes from each parent. For example, in humans, you get 1 copy of chromosomes from your dad and 1 copy of chromosomes from your mom. The same idea is found in plants. Each diploid cell contains 1 copy of chromosomes from the male parent and 1 copy of chromosomes from the female parent. Haploid means 1 set of chromosomes and is commonly abbreviated as N because there's only 1 copy of the chromosomes. Let's look at a diagram of the basic idea of alternation of generations. We can see in this diagram that the life cycle is broken into N on the top and 2N on the bottom. Remember that the gametophyte contains haploid cells and that the sporophyte contains diploid cells. Previously, we also used the garblinks to illustrate the oddity of this. Remember that the diploid or 2N organism looks like this. However, when it moves into the haploid stage, the garblinks looks completely different. 2 of these haploid organisms will get together and mate in order to produce a new 2N organism that looks similar to our first garblinks. This garblinks will then eventually produce a new haploid organism and so on. Now that we've reviewed the basic aspects of this life cycle, let's look at how gymnosperms go through the cycle. We will start with the haploid stage as we did previously and then move into the dominant diploid stage. As we move through the different stages in this alternation of generations, we will refer back to this diagram illustrating how gymnosperms reproduce. It is important to note that the haploid stage is dependent upon the dominant diploid stage for protection and nutrition. This means that the haploid gametophyte is found within the mature sporophyte. Let's look at this all in a bit more detail. In gymnosperms, 2 types of spores are produced, so the haploid stage can start as either a male or a female spore. The microspore is the small male spore. This spore will undergo mitosis in order to produce the multicellular male gametophyte. These male gametophytes are the pollen grains which are contained within the pollen cones. We can see in this picture that the pollen cones are generally small and in groups on pine trees. The megaspore is the large female spore. This spore will undergo mitosis in order to produce the multicellular female gametophyte. The female gametophyte is housed in the ovulate cones, which look like what you generally think of when you think of pine cones. We can see here that they are larger and generally easier to see than the male pollen cones. The haploid stage will continue as long as the male and female gametophytes are kept separate. However, at some point, usually in the spring, the tree will release large amounts of pollen. These pollen grains that contain the male gametophyte will travel by air and hopefully land on an ovulate cone. A pollen tube then develops in order for the newly produced male gamete to reach and fertilize the female gamete. Remember that gametophytes produce gametes. In the case of gymnosperms, there will be a male gamete, or sperm, and a female gamete, or egg, produced from different gametophytes. The diploid and dominant stage of the life will begin once fertilization occurs. Remember that fertilization is the fusion of an egg and sperm. Both the egg and sperm are haploid, so when they fuse together, we now have one diploid cell. Interestingly enough, pollination normally happens about a full year before fertilization in conifers. Remember that gymnosperm meets naked seed. This means that while the new embryo has a protective seed coat, it is still very fragile and has a limited food supply. The seeds are released from the ovulate cone once the scales of the pine cone open up. You may see individual seeds if you have ever taken a pine cone apart or even accidentally stepped on one. Generally, these small seeds will be spread by the wind. Like with the pollen, hopefully the seed will land in a good location so that it can develop into a mature plant. This new cell will continue to go through mitosis and grow. After germination, the plant will develop into a small seedling. Eventually, it will become a mature sporophyte and look like the pine trees that you know. There are many different structures in the mature sporophyte, but we'll focus on those involved in reproduction. The two main structures were previously mentioned when we went over the haploid stage. Most mature gymnosperm sporophytes have both male and female cones. That is, they contain both pollen cones and ovulate cones. The pollen cones contain many microsporangia, which produce the male microspores through meiosis that we started with in the haploid stage. The ovulate cones contain megasporangia, which produce the female megaspores through meiosis that we started with in the haploid stage. Gymnosperms are unique plants because they produce naked seeds. This alternation of generations in gymnosperms, such as pine trees, means that there are multicellular stages that are haploid and diploid. We first looked at the haploid stage, which starts as either a male or a female spore, which develops into a gametophyte. The male microgametophyte is contained in pollen grains, and the female megagametophyte is found in the ovulate cone. Eventually, the pollen grains are carried by the wind to the ovulate cones. There, the egg is fertilized by the sperm, and the conifer moves into the diploid stage of the life cycle. This new diploid seed will be released from the ovulate cone and again carried by the wind. Hopefully, it will develop into a mature sporophyte, which is the structure you think of when you think of pine trees. The sporophyte contains both male and female sporocytes. The microsporangia, which produce the male spores, are located in pollen cones. The megasporangia, which produce the female spores, are located in ovulate cones. These spores start the haploid stage all over again, continuing the complex life cycle of gymnosperms.
Believe it or not, because of certain characteristics, you are related not only to other mammals like dogs, zebras, and rabbits, but you are also related to things like fish, snakes, and salamanders. In fact, all animals that have a backbone are vertebrates. This means that all of the animals just mentioned fall into the same category as humans because they all have a backbone made of vertebrae, which is where the term vertebrate comes from. As you can see, the vertebrates make up a diverse group of animals representing many different shapes, sizes, colors, habitats, and ecosystems. But clearly, we are all different from each other, otherwise you wouldn't be able to tell your sister or brother apart from a zebra or a fish. However, there are some similarities that allow us to see how we are all related, even if it doesn't look like it on the outside. All vertebrates are chordates, which is a group of animals that have a dorsal hollow nerve cord, a notochord, pharyngeal slits, and a postanal tail. For some chordates like humans, these features are present only at certain life stages. You can double check, but I bet your postanal tail disappeared before you were even born. But you did have one during embryonic development, as well as the other features that make chordates unique from other animals. All vertebrates are also craniates. These animals have the 4 chordate features, but they also have a head, so they're known as chordates with heads. The word cranium means skull, so this name is quite fitting for us headed chordates. Before we go any further, it's important to note that while all vertebrates are chordates and craniates, the reverse is not always true. There are 2 animals on Earth that are chordates but lack both a head and a backbone. One is the tunicate, which is an animal that lives in the ocean and looks like a spouting pouch. The other is a lancelet, which looks like a knife blade floating through the water. While the lancelet does have a small brain at the end of its nerve cord, neither of these animals has a head, but are still chordates because they possess those 4 unique features of the group. There are also animals that are craniates and therefore chordates, but not vertebrates. The hagfishes fall into this category. These interesting animals look like an eel but are quite different. They have a head but no backbone and no jaw. Lampreys, which look similar to the hagfishes, also lack a jaw but do have a rudimentary backbone, so they are considered vertebrates. Developing a jaw was a big step for vertebrates because it allowed them to utilize a new variety of feeding opportunities. Can you imagine trying to eat your regular diet without a jaw? I bet it would be pretty difficult. Having a jaw makes a world of difference when it comes to food. Of course, having a jaw is dependent upon having a head, so all of the jawed vertebrates are also craniates. After jaws developed, so did lungs and rayed and lobed appendages. Our modern fish friends are ray-finned, whereas things like lungfish are lobe-finned. The lobes of these animals are very special because the muscular and skeletal support in these appendages allowed for life to move out of the water and onto land. The first vertebrates to make this journey onto land were the tetrapods. These are jawed vertebrates with 2 pairs of limbs. Tetra means 4, describing the 4 legs. This was no small feat. Getting out of the water and walking around allowed for much of the diversity we see in animals on Earth today. Being so mobile provided the opportunity to inhabit novel environments, chase after prey, and escape from predators in new ways. The final stage of the chordate transition to land comes with the amniotes. These are tetrapods with terrestrially adapted eggs, and the name comes from the amnion of the egg, which is a fluid-filled sac that surrounds the embryo inside the egg itself. Frogs are not amniotes because even though they have 4 legs and can move around on land, they still have to lay their eggs in water. Reptiles and mammals have an advantage over this because they not only live on land, but they also don't depend on water to reproduce. And while most mammals don't lay eggs on the ground, they are still amniotes because they have amniotic eggs. Can you see how this all comes together? All amniotes are tetrapods, jawed vertebrates, craniates, and chordates. Not all tetrapods are amniotes, but they are all jawed vertebrates, craniates, and chordates. Not all jawed vertebrates are tetrapods or amniotes, but they are all craniates and chordates. And not all vertebrates have jaws, are tetrapods, or amniotes, but they are all craniates and chordates. And finally, not all chordates have terrestrial eggs, 4 limbs, backbones, or a head, but they still possess the fundamental characteristics that make them, and us, members of the chordate classification. Vertebrates sure have come a long way from our chordate ancestors. These animals that have backbones are diverse and widespread across the planet. The history of vertebrates begins long ago with simple chordates that have a dorsal hollow nerve cord, a notochord, pharyngeal slits, and a postanal tail. Once heads developed, a group known as craniates branched off from the evolutionary lineage. Following this, jaws developed in some vertebrates, followed by lungs, fins, and then lobed appendages. Having skeletal support in these appendages led to life on land with the tetrapods, which were able to walk on their 4 legs and explore new environments. Finally, some tetrapods branched off as amniotes with eggs that were adapted to development on land.
It's probably for the best that certain phrases don't translate well to different species. That's because a common insult in English, that someone lacks a backbone, would offend an overwhelmingly large chunk of the animal kingdom. You see, 98% of the world's animal life does not have a backbone. We call these creatures invertebrates, which are animals without a backbone. But just because they don't have backbones doesn't mean they're weak or fragile. Some invertebrates may be very tiny, like super small snails, but others are massive and powerful, like the colossal squid. In this lesson, we're going to scratch the surface of invertebrate life on Earth. We'll look at a number of different types of invertebrates and learn how we, humans, interact with a variety of invertebrates every day. It's very difficult to overstate the importance of invertebrates, so let's look at a few common groups of invertebrates and some of the roles they play. Mollusks make up a class of 85,000 invertebrates, and this group has some of the largest types of invertebrates, including the colossal squid and the great squid, as well as octopi. On the smaller side of the spectrum of mollusks, you'll find snails and squids. By far the largest classification of invertebrates are insects. There are nearly 1 million species of insects, from those too small to see with the naked eye to insects that are the size of a fist. Worms are also invertebrates. They take on a variety of jobs in their habitats, from decomposing organic matter into soil to acting as parasites for larger animals. Crustaceans are a favorite type of invertebrate for many people from a culinary perspective. Shrimp, lobster, and crabs are examples of crustaceans, and people often eat these delicacies. Marine invertebrates, outside of the aforementioned categories, are among the least complex types of invertebrates, and they include sponges and jellyfish. Last but not least, arachnids, the group that all spiders belong to, are invertebrates. Of course, there are several other general types of invertebrates. However, they are all united by the fact that they are animals without a spinal column protected by a backbone. We'd have a hard time existing without invertebrates. After all, invertebrate insects like butterflies and honeybees do an enormous share of the pollination that helps your food grow. Without them, we'd have to rely on the wind to spread pollen, which is not only inefficient, but would lead to an enormous rise in allergic responses to pollen. Additionally, many delicious foods are actually invertebrates. Have you ever had a lobster dinner? Then you've eaten an invertebrate, albeit one with very sweet flesh. Crab cakes are made from crab, another invertebrate. Even outside of crustaceans, there are still plenty of invertebrates worth eating. Octopus and squid are staples around the world, while the French dish escargot is made of snails. In fact, even insects like cicadas are considered a delicacy in some parts of the world. Without invertebrates, much of the world would have a very restricted diet. Of course, not all invertebrates are food. In fact, many invertebrates are pests. A large number of household pests, from cockroaches and ants to spiders and termites, are invertebrates. It's not just inside that you have to worry about invertebrate pests. Mosquitoes and wasps are just as happy to ruin your day outside. And perhaps, worst of all, a trip to the beach could result in a run-in with a jellyfish or Portuguese man-o'-war, both of which pack a painful sting. That was a lot to cover, so let's review. The most important thing to remember is that invertebrates make up 98% of the world's life, and that they all lack a backbone. These creatures range in size from microscopic to the length of a football field. Mollusks, worms, insects, crustaceans, marine invertebrates, and arachnids are common groupings for invertebrates. Humans come across invertebrates all the time. We use bees as pollinators, we enjoy eating squid, crustaceans, and some insects, and we treat many other invertebrates as pests.
All organisms are composed of matter, and although all organisms grow and reproduce, they cannot create new matter. In order to grow and accumulate biomass, they must use the elements that are already around them in the air, soil, water, and other organisms. All living organisms are mainly composed of the same 4 elements. By water, oxygen is the most abundant and accounts for about 65% of all living matter. Carbon comes in second at 18 to 19%, followed by hydrogen at 9 to 10%, and nitrogen, which accounts for about 3.5% of all living matter. After nitrogen, the exact order of composition varies among organisms, but there are a number of macrominerals, or other elements, required by all organisms in relatively large amounts. The macrominerals include phosphorus, calcium, potassium, sodium, chlorine, and magnesium. In addition, there are several necessary elements found in very small amounts in organisms called trace elements. Trace elements are elements that are needed by organisms, but only in extremely small amounts. The most abundant trace element is iron, which some may consider a macromineral, but it makes up less than 0.1% of living matter, and that's where we're going to draw the line, separating macrominerals and trace elements. Other trace elements include chromium, copper, iodine, manganese, molybdenum, selenium, and zinc. Organisms are constantly consuming molecules from their environment, incorporating elements that they need, and eliminating the byproducts of biochemical processes. These byproducts are generally composed of all the same elements that the organisms contain themselves. The result is that all elements that living things use are constantly cycling through organisms and the environment they live in. How an element cycles through organisms and the environment is called a biogeochemical cycle. There are many possible routes that elements can take in a biogeochemical cycle, but most of them can be categorized into one of the routes in this diagram. Producers are the key to the biogeochemical cycling of pretty much all necessary elements in living organisms. They are the only organisms that can incorporate carbon into organic molecules from carbon dioxide. More than that, though, they usually get all of their other essential elements from either the air, soil, or water around them. Compare that to most consumers that get almost all of their essential elements from other organisms, except for the hydrogen and oxygen in the water they drink and the oxygen they breathe. All of these elements are then cycled between the various trophic levels until they are either disposed of as waste or wind up as detritus. At this point, they can either be recycled into other living organisms by detritivores or enter the pool of unavailable organic compounds, where they may stay out of the biological part of the cycle for millions of years and be transformed into crude oil, coal, or natural gas. Over the last few centuries, humans have been exploiting these deposits, burning the fossil fuels to produce energy and releasing the elements back into the pool of available inorganic materials. From that pool, they can either be incorporated into sedimentary rock and enter the pool of unavailable inorganic materials, or they can be incorporated back into living organisms by producers. Not all elements take the same route through the biogeochemical cycle. Each element is different and is available to organisms in different ways and in different concentrations. So let's take a closer look at how phosphorus is cycled. The phosphorus cycle is the biogeochemical cycle that phosphorus follows through organisms and the environment. As far as biogeochemical cycles go, the phosphorus cycle is fairly simple. Phosphorus is found in many types of rock as phosphate ions. Weathering of the rocks releases phosphate into the soil, where it can be absorbed by plants. Once in plants, the phosphate becomes available to consumers and eventually detritivores, which can recycle it back into the soil or back into consumers. Phosphate is bound by soil, and it doesn't enter the atmosphere as a gas, so it tends to stay in the local biological cycle for long periods of time. However, it can be removed from an area by harvesting crops, and some of it does leach through the soil and into the local water table. This phosphate eventually becomes part of new sedimentary rocks and is unavailable for biological use until the rock is brought to the surface by geological forces, and weathering releases phosphate into the soil. Not surprisingly, people have found a way to replace phosphate removed by harvesting crops by mining for phosphate-containing rocks and turning them into fertilizer. This is essentially speeding up the natural weathering process, at least regarding phosphate distribution. Let's review. All living organisms are primarily composed of the same four elements: oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen. Together, these four elements make up about 96% of the total weight of all living organisms. Other elements needed in significant amounts are called macrominerals. The macrominerals include phosphorus, calcium, potassium, sodium, chlorine, and magnesium. Organisms also require trace amounts of certain elements including iron, chromium, copper, iodine, manganese, molybdenum, selenium, and zinc. The biogeochemical cycle is defined as how an element cycles through organisms and the environment. Elements cycle through the trophic levels of their ecosystem by herbivores eating producers, carnivores eating herbivores, and detritivores recycling dead organic material. The phosphorus cycle is the biogeochemical cycle that phosphorus follows through organisms and the environment. Phosphorus is found in many types of rock, and weathering of rocks releases it into the soil, where it can be absorbed by plants. Once in plants, the phosphate becomes available to consumers and eventually detritivores, which can recycle it back into the soil or back into consumers. Phosphate can be removed from an area by harvesting crops. Some of it also leaches through the soil, eventually becoming part of new sedimentary rocks, and unavailable for biological use until the rock is brought back to the surface, and weathering occurs to release it for use.
The Earth's atmosphere is almost 80% nitrogen. However, in its pure gas form, it cannot be used by living organisms. So where do producers get nitrogen from if they can't use nitrogen from the air? Because atmospheric nitrogen gas isn't accessible for all organisms, some bacteria have evolved the ability to add hydrogen atoms to nitrogen and create ammonia, which can be easily incorporated into organic molecules like amino acids. This process of creating ammonia from atmospheric nitrogen is called nitrogen fixation. There are many types of nitrogen-fixing bacteria. Some are free-living soil bacteria. Others are nitrogen-fixing symbiotic bacteria that live in the roots of some species of plants. And in the oceans, a major source of nitrogen fixation is cyanobacteria, which are also sometimes called blue-green algae. All of these bacteria are fixing nitrogen for their own use, but they also release excess ammonia that can be used by other organisms. And of course, they can also be directly consumed by other organisms and pass the fixed nitrogen up the food chain that way too. Ammonia isn't just used by plants and producers to make organic molecules. Some aerobic bacteria can use ammonia as an energy source by oxidizing ammonia to make nitrite, which can then be further oxidized by other bacteria to make nitrate. This process by which ammonia is converted to nitrite and then to nitrate is called nitrification. Fortunately, plants and other producers can also use nitrite and nitrate as sources of nitrogen. So nitrification doesn't really change the amount of available nitrogen in the environment, it just changes its oxidation state. However, there are still yet other bacteria that use nitrate as a source of oxygen and convert nitrate back into atmospheric nitrogen in a process called denitrification. Let's look at an example of a nitrogen cycle in a typical terrestrial ecosystem. Nitrogen-fixing bacteria in the soil and in plant roots convert nitrogen from the atmosphere to ammonia. The ammonia is then used by plants or converted to nitrite and then nitrate by nitrifying bacteria. The nitrite and nitrate can also be used by plants. The plants are then eaten by herbivores, which can then be eaten by carnivores. Animal waste products are high in ammonia and ammonia derivatives like urea, both of which are usable sources of nitrogen for plants. If there is an abundance of nitrate in the soil, denitrifying bacteria can convert some of it back to atmospheric nitrogen. Now, if the plants in the ecosystem are crops and are removed after harvest, there will be no animal waste or plant litter to replenish the usable nitrogen in the soil. So a common practice in agriculture is to replenish the soil with synthetic fertilizers that contain ammonia, nitrite, or nitrate. Over-fertilization of farmland can result in excess nitrogen compounds entering a nearby stream or lake and causing eutrophication, or the ecological process that occurs when excess nutrients are added to a body of water. Eutrophication can occur naturally, and natural eutrophication occurs over a long period of time, which allows the organisms living in the body of water time to adjust to the change gradually and maintain balance. However, eutrophication caused by human activity, such as over-fertilization or the dumping of raw sewage from a large human population in a single body of water, causes eutrophication in a much shorter time frame and often results in an ecological imbalance. This ecological imbalance can be manifested in large algae blooms that can sometimes cover the entire surface of a pond or lake. These large blooms produce a lot of oxygen when exposed to daylight, but at night the process is reversed and the algae can suck all of the oxygen out of the water and suffocate aquatic animals, causing massive die-offs. Eventually, the algae population itself crashes, and the large amount of dead and decaying matter in the lake causes another sudden change in the ecological balance. Another part of the nitrogen cycle is a result of the combustion of organic material. When fossil fuels, like petroleum, coal, and natural gas, and other organic materials, like grass, trees, and brush, are burned, they release large amounts of carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides into the atmosphere. But it should be noted that the burning of some of these materials, especially coal, releases much greater quantities of these pollutants into the air than burning natural gas does. This is the major reason why coal is considered to be the dirtiest fossil fuel, and conversely, why natural gas is considered the cleanest. Petroleum lies somewhere in between. While nitrogen oxides are considered nutrients in the soil, in the atmosphere it's a different story. In the atmosphere, sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides react with water to create sulfuric and nitric acids. This results in acid rain, or rain that has been made more acidic by the addition of sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides in the atmosphere. In lakes and soils that have very little buffering capacity, acid rain can significantly lower the pH of water and soil. In some cases, this has led to the death of sensitive aquatic animals and even deforestation in some areas. In summary, nitrogen fixation is the process of creating ammonia from atmospheric nitrogen. Plants and most other producers cannot utilize atmospheric nitrogen, so they must rely on nitrogen-fixing bacteria to turn nitrogen gas into ammonia that they can use. There are other bacteria, both in the soil and in aquatic ecosystems, that use ammonia as an energy source. These bacteria convert ammonia to nitrite and then to nitrate in a process called nitrification. Nitrification does not change the amount of nitrogen that is available to plants because they can utilize ammonia, nitrite, and nitrate, as well as many other ammonia derivatives that are abundant in animal waste. Eutrophication is the ecological process that occurs when excess nutrients are added to a body of water. When excess fertilizers leach into local waterways, or when untreated sewage finds its way into a body of water, rapid eutrophication can take place and upset the ecological balance of the aquatic ecosystem. The excess nutrients in the water often cause large blooms of algae that produce a lot of oxygen when exposed to daylight, but at night the process is reversed and the algae can suck all the oxygen out of the water and suffocate aquatic animals, causing massive die-offs. When fossil fuels and other organic materials are burned, they release carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides into the atmosphere. In the atmosphere, sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides react with water to create sulfuric and nitric acids. This results in acid rain, or rain that has been made more acidic by the addition of sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides in the atmosphere. In lakes and soils that have very little buffering capacity, acid rain can significantly lower the pH of water and soil. In some cases, this can lead to the death of sensitive aquatic animals and deforestation in some areas. Perhaps the most studied biogeochemical cycle is the carbon cycle, which, as you may have guessed, describes the pathways that carbon takes through living organisms and the environment. The carbon cycle is very different from either the nitrogen or phosphorus cycle. One reason is that the primary source of usable carbon for plants is carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, not the soil, which is where the main sources of phosphorus and nitrogen are for terrestrial plants. Because carbon dioxide is a gas that can move freely through the air and water, the carbon cycle is truly global. In contrast, the phosphorus and nitrogen cycles depend on local concentrations of usable nitrogen and phosphorus in the soil or water. If these local levels are changed, there can be major consequences for the local ecosystem. But since the carbon cycle is global, changes in the carbon cycle have more global consequences. As with the other biogeochemical cycles, consumers still get their carbon from eating other organisms. But again, there is a major difference between carbon and other essential elements. The difference is that carbon is used by living organisms as the primary means of energy storage, transfer, and usage. Let's take a look at how using carbon as a means to store energy affects the carbon cycle. Plants take atmospheric carbon dioxide, which has very little potential energy, and convert it to high energy containing carbohydrates. They do this through photosynthesis, which is the process by which autotrophs convert light energy into chemical energy. Energy can also be stored in the carbon bonds of lipids and proteins. Of course, if carbohydrates and other organic molecules are used to store energy, there has to be a way for organisms to release that energy for cellular functions. This process, in which oxygen is used to convert organic molecules to carbon dioxide and water and provide energy for the cell, is called cellular respiration. Plants use cellular respiration to tap into their energy stores, and in this way they do return a lot of the carbon back into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. Plants are constantly using carbon to store energy by forming carbohydrates and then breaking them up and returning carbon dioxide to the atmosphere when they use the energy. This results in a much more rapid turnover rate for carbon compared to the turnover rate for nitrogen and phosphorus in plants. Animals are completely reliant on cellular respiration to provide for all of their energy needs. They consume plants and other animals and then break down most of the organic molecules to produce energy through cellular respiration. So, most of the carbon consumed by animals is quickly returned to the atmosphere in the form of carbon dioxide, and a small percentage is incorporated into the biomass of the animal itself. Dead animal and plant matter is consumed by detritivores, which can also use cellular respiration as their main energy source and release carbon dioxide back into the air. Photosynthesis and cellular respiration are both very fast processes that are almost evenly balanced on a global scale. I say almost because the rate of photosynthesis exceeds the rate of cellular respiration. However, some of that difference is made up for by wildfires that burn plant matter and release carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere, much like cellular respiration does. Wildfires make up for most of that difference, but not quite. A very small amount of organic material is buried under sediment and taken out of the short-term carbon cycle that cycles carbon between living organisms, the atmosphere, and the surface of the oceans. This buried organic material may eventually be turned into fossil fuels, but that's not the only way that carbon can be taken out of the short-term carbon cycle. Believe it or not, on a net basis, coral reefs actually take the most carbon out of the short-term carbon cycle. This is achieved by the formation of calcium carbonate exoskeletons, which do not release carbon back into the water, but instead remain in a solid form and eventually form limestone. The largest pool of carbon in the world is actually in the sediments of the deep ocean, which are estimated to contain about 50 times the carbon that is currently in the atmosphere. Most of this carbon is likely to stay out of circulation for millions of years. However, drilling for oil and natural gas in recent years has brought some carbon reserves out of long-term storage and back into circulation. In summary, carbon is used by living organisms not only as a structural component, but also as the primary means of energy storage, transfer, and usage. Plants use carbon dioxide, which has very little potential energy, and convert it to high energy containing carbohydrates during the process of photosynthesis, which is the process by which autotrophs convert light energy into chemical energy. To release that energy, plants and animals use a process called cellular respiration, which is the process in which oxygen is used to convert organic molecules to carbon dioxide and water and provide energy for the cell. Cellular respiration returns carbon dioxide back to the atmosphere. The end result is that most of the carbon dioxide fixed by autotrophs through photosynthesis is fairly quickly returned to the atmosphere as a result of cellular respiration. However, not all of the carbon gets returned to the atmosphere right away. Dead organic material that gets buried and carbon that is incorporated into the exoskeletons of corals can be taken out of the short-term carbon cycle for millions of years. As a result of the long-term storage of carbon, the percentage of Earth's carbon that is being actively cycled between the atmosphere, living organisms, and the oceans is very small.
If a volcano erupted or a tsunami hit land, how do you think the environment would be affected? You might expect that after the initial problem, that plants and animals, along with the entire ecosystem, would be destroyed. In fact, over time, the ecosystem would recover and be restored to a functional environment. Ecological succession is the term used to describe how an ecosystem gradually changes in species composition and community structure over time after a disturbance has occurred. Succession can occur after a variety of different types of disturbances, such as volcanoes, earthquakes, floods, fires, and human activities. In ecological succession, the first species to colonize the area after the disturbance is called the pioneer species. Pioneer species are often small species that are very good at adapting to adverse conditions. Once the pioneer species are established, they facilitate the recovery of the environment by creating conditions that are more favorable for larger and less adaptable species. Over time, the ecosystem will begin to stabilize as more species inhabit the area, and eventually the region will become a climax ecosystem. A climax ecosystem is when the plants and animals of the ecosystem are in a stable relationship with the environment, and they remain relatively unchanged until another disturbance occurs. The steps of succession can vary by the type of ecosystem, but overall they include the introduction of pioneer species and the end result of a climax ecosystem. Ecological succession can happen in any type of environment, including both terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems. Although succession occurs in both of these types of ecosystems, the stages of change are very different due to the variation in the species and community structures of the two different types of ecosystems. Terrestrial succession is better understood and is often divided into primary and secondary succession. Primary succession is the type of succession that occurs when an area experiences a disturbance so severe that none of the original species survive. During the process of primary succession, the disturbance causes the exposure of bare rock, and the ecosystem is rebuilt from scratch due to the lack of organisms that remain. Primary succession is often a slow process because it requires many steps to convert bare rock to a functional ecosystem. The process normally starts with the invasion of lichens and mosses, which create soil, and then the process moves on to allow for the establishment of larger vegetation. An example of primary succession would be the recovery of an ecosystem after lava covers the ground or a glacier retreats. Both of these disturbances would leave the ecosystem void of species that previously inhabited the area, and would leave bare rock exposed. In order for the ecosystem to recover, pioneer species would have to establish and create soil for other vegetation to utilize. In contrast, secondary succession is the type of succession that occurs when an area experiences a disturbance that alters the existing ecosystem but does not destroy all of the original species. During secondary succession, the soil and species that remain after the disturbance are used as the building blocks that help facilitate the recovery of the ecosystem. Secondary succession is often quicker than primary succession because the process does not have to start from scratch. The soil and organisms that remain establish a healthy ecosystem, and larger plants and animals can begin to re-establish the environment more rapidly. An example of secondary succession would be the recovery of an ecosystem after humans cut down all of the trees. After the disturbance, small plants would recover quickly, and eventually larger trees would be able to establish. The ecosystem would still have a variety of small plant species and many animal species left after the harvest, and these species would begin to grow and recolonize the area. Eventually, the larger trees would grow back and the ecosystem would return to a stable state. Ecological succession in freshwater ecosystems has not been studied as much as terrestrial succession, and therefore more is unknown about freshwater succession. It is known that succession in freshwater ecosystems, such as lakes and streams, happens when a disturbance occurs that results in the aquatic area filling with sediment or organic matter. Common disturbances that result in freshwater succession are floods, droughts, erosion, and the construction of dams. These types of disturbances often cause land around the freshwater ecosystem to erode and sediment settles into the water. Disturbances can also cause organisms in the water to die, and the organic matter then settles to the bottom of the water. During succession of a freshwater ecosystem, eventually the sediment or organic matter builds up and the dynamics of the ecosystem begin to change. In many cases, the freshwater ecosystem fills with so much sediment that the shoreline advances to the center of the water and aquatic area is replaced with a semi-aquatic or a terrestrial environment. For a freshwater ecosystem, the climax community can actually be the terrestrial ecosystem that ultimately remains after the water is gone. Throughout this process of the water filling in with sediment, some species die off, such as fish, and others, such as plants near the shore, may flourish in their new environment. Besides the oceans, most bodies of water are considered temporary and can be converted to bare land or terrestrial ecosystems as a result of succession. In recent years, there has been a desire to reverse the effects of succession in freshwater ecosystems by dredging. Dredging is when the sediment at the bottom of an aquatic area is dug up and removed. This is done to make the water deeper and also to reduce the sediment that can eventually lead to succession of the freshwater ecosystem into a terrestrial ecosystem. You can see ecological succession in action all around you. It is when an ecosystem eventually changes in species composition and community structure over time after a disturbance has occurred. In terrestrial ecosystems, succession can occur as either primary or secondary succession. Primary succession is the type of succession that occurs when an area experiences a disturbance that is so severe that none of the original species survive, and the ecosystem must rebuild from bare rock. An example of this is the recovery of an ecosystem after a volcano has covered an area with lava. After the lava flows over the land, it will become bare rock, and in order for the ecosystem to recover, pioneer species would have to establish and create soil. Secondary succession is the type of succession that occurs when an area experiences a disturbance that alters the existing ecosystem but does not destroy all of the original species. The remaining soil and organisms help facilitate the process of establishing a healthy new ecosystem. An example of this type of succession would be a farm field being abandoned and invaded by the surrounding forest. The succession would start with smaller plants invading the field, and eventually larger trees would also establish themselves. Succession in freshwater ecosystems occurs when sediment gradually fills in the water and changes the aquatic area to a semi-aquatic or a terrestrial environment. Succession is not an action that occurs once in the history of an ecosystem. The Earth is constantly changing and disturbances keep occurring, which creates a continuous cycle of disturbances and successions. Overall, succession is very important to the stability of the environment, because without this ability to recover, ecosystems would be completely destroyed after disturbances, and organisms would lose their precious environment forever.
Biomes are large areas on Earth with similar conditions, such as similar climates and similar living organisms. There are two main categories of biomes: Terrestrial biomes are usually defined by the type of vegetation that is present. The major climatic factors contributing to the vegetation types in these biomes are temperature and precipitation. Aquatic biomes are defined by the type of water they contain. There are many different classification systems used to determine biomes, each resulting in different numbers of biomes. Here we will just be covering some of the major biomes, 9 terrestrial and 4 aquatic. Let's take a look at the terrestrial biomes. The coldest biome is called the tundra. It is located at the North Arctic and South Antarctic poles. An alpine tundra is also found on top of mountains at very high elevations. The vegetation is very low to the ground and includes short shrubs, grasses, and lichens. A layer of permafrost or permanently frozen soil is usually present. The taiga, or boreal forest, is found south of the Arctic tundra. Here it is cold and snowy. The vegetation consists mostly of coniferous evergreen trees. Coniferous trees are those that have needle-like leaves. This biome is also sometimes called the northern coniferous forest. The temperate deciduous forests have hot summers and cold winters. Vegetation includes shrubs, mosses, and broadleaf trees. Broadleaf trees such as oaks and maples are deciduous, lose their leaves during the winter. This is the natural biome for much of the eastern United States. Temperate rainforests have mild temperatures and rain all year long. They receive over 60 inches of rain a year and are home to many trees, mosses, and ferns. They occupy very small areas on all continents except Antarctica. In the United States, temperate rainforests can be found in Washington and Oregon. The prairies in the Midwestern United States are considered temperate grasslands. These areas consist mostly of grasses and can be found on all continents except Antarctica. There are usually no large shrubs or trees in temperate grasslands. While temperatures are similar to those in temperate deciduous forests, there is usually less precipitation. The chaparral, or shrubland biome, is found in only a few small areas, including part of Australia, around the Mediterranean Sea, and in most of California. This biome consists mostly of shrubs and is hot and dry in the summer. In winter, it is cool and moist. Fires occur frequently in chaparral areas, so many plants have thick, waxy coatings to resist fire damage. Additionally, many plants rely on fires for proper germination of their seeds. Deserts are very dry areas with generally less than 10 inches of rain a year. Deserts can be either hot, like those in Africa, or cold, such as in Antarctica. Temperatures usually change dramatically between night and day. The only plants that live in deserts are those that are adapted to conserve water. These include cacti and some shrubs and grasses. Savannas are also sometimes called tropical grasslands because they are found in the warm tropics and consist mostly of grasses. Savannas have both a rainy season and a dry season. During droughts, fires commonly kill any trees that may have started growing. You're probably most familiar with African savannas that are home to elephants, giraffes, and zebras. Tropical rainforests are found near the equator. Temperatures are warm all year long. Tropical rainforests are very humid, and anywhere from 60 to almost 400 inches of rain can fall in a single year. Plant life is very abundant and includes tall, broadleaf trees, vines, ferns, palms, and small plants. This biome is home to more than half of all terrestrial species. Now let's take a look at some aquatic biomes. Only a very small portion of Earth's water is freshwater, mostly free of salt. Most of it can be found in rivers, lakes, and wetlands. Rivers and smaller streams have water that flows in one direction. The water is usually cooler near the source or beginning of a river. Water tends to warm as it gets closer to the river's end or mouth. Lakes or ponds are still bodies of water. Wetlands have permanent water and lots of aquatic plants. Some wetland plants include cattails and water lilies. Oceans are large marine bodies of water containing salt water. The intertidal zone is the area between land and ocean. Parts of it are exposed during low tide while it is covered with water at high tide. The pelagic zone is open water away from the shore. It is usually much colder than the intertidal zone. In warm, shallow waters around the world, coral reefs can be found near the coasts. The water here tends to be clear and lacking in nutrients. Coral reefs provide protection and food for other animals, including fish, sea turtles, sea stars, and various invertebrates. Estuaries are places where freshwater and saltwater mix. This happens where a river meets up with the ocean. The water in an estuary has more salt than freshwater, but less salt than the ocean, and it is termed brackish water. Animals that live in estuaries, such as shorebirds and crabs, must be able to tolerate this mixed water. The Earth has many different climatic regions or biomes. They are both terrestrial biomes and aquatic biomes. The most important factors defining terrestrial biomes are temperature and precipitation. Some of the major biomes on land include tundra, taiga, temperate deciduous forest, temperate rainforest, temperate grassland, chaparral, desert, savanna, and tropical rainforest. Freshwater aquatic biomes include lakes, rivers, and wetlands. Marine biomes include coral reefs and the oceans. Estuaries are where freshwater mixes with saltwater.
On Earth, there are a few different types of forest. It doesn't matter what type you're referring to. When you say the word forest, the first thing that typically springs to mind is trees. There are three main categories of forest: deciduous, also called temperate forests, coniferous, and rainforests. Rainforests are typically found in the tropics or lower latitudes. The areas where rainforests are found form a band around the middle of the Earth near the equator. As you move outwards towards the North and South poles, you start to run into deciduous forest in the temperate latitudes. Coniferous forests are the only forest in the northern hemisphere, close to the top of the Earth. One of the biggest differences between forests is in their names. Coniferous means cone-bearing, and these are trees that have cones, like pine trees. Most conifers are considered evergreens because they never lose their leaves and are forever green, regardless of the season. Deciduous trees, on the other hand, lose their leaves each year. Deciduous means falling off. This can happen for two reasons. Deciduous forests, which are mainly comprised of trees such as oaks and maple trees, are the trees that turn colors in the fall. These trees lose their leaves when cold weather comes. Another interesting fact is that rainforests are a type of deciduous forest, despite the fact that they are considered to be evergreens. However, instead of the forest trees losing their leaves due to winter and cold temperature, these trees lose leaves when there isn't enough rain and they dry out. This rarely happens because the rainforest receives so much precipitation over the year. There are several key differences that distinguish these forest types from one another. The first is temperature. Deciduous and coniferous forests experience all four seasons: fall, winter, summer, and spring. As these forests experience seasons, the ecosystem temperatures fluctuate between quite cold, about -15 degrees Fahrenheit, and relatively warm, around 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The specific temperatures depend on where the forests are found. Coniferous forests, the forests found closest to the North Pole, experience some of the coldest temperatures and longest winters, with little rainfall. The deciduous forests have a milder winter, with more rain, typically between 30 and 60 inches a year. Rainforests, on the other hand, are typically hot and humid year-round, as they are found right around the equator. These forests can receive up to 80 inches of rain a year. That's almost 7 feet. The biodiversity of these forests follows a simple pattern. As you move from the poles towards the equator, or from the coniferous forest to the rainforest, the biodiversity, or different animal and plant life, increases. So following this pattern, the coniferous forest, or the forest nearest the North Pole that experience the lowest temperatures and longest winters, have the lowest biodiversity. As stated earlier, coniferous forests are home to mostly evergreen trees, such as pines, spruce, and firs. These are the typical species we get for our Christmas trees. We also find large predators such as bears, wolves, and lynx. You might even find a tiger or two. Large herbivores, or animals that eat only plants, such as elk, are also found in these forests. The remaining biodiversity is made up of insects and squirrels. As trees in the deciduous forest lose their leaves, it allows for a greater biodiversity. Organisms and plants that were covered in the spring and summer months are now exposed, which can lead to greater predation as well as new plant growth. These forests support trees such as oak, elm, maple, and aspen trees. We also start to see more plant species in these forests, such as ferns and primrose. These plants provide food for animals, so a greater biodiversity of animals exists in these forests as well. The large predators in deciduous forests are generally smaller than in coniferous forests. We find black bears and coyotes, as well as bobcats. The large herbivores are mostly comprised of deer. We also start to see birds of prey in these forests, such as eagles and owls, as well as other bird species like woodpeckers, blue jays, and swallows. There are a number of smaller mammals in these forests, such as mice, squirrels, chipmunks, and rabbits. There are also reptiles in deciduous forests, such as turtles and snakes. Interestingly, in some deciduous habitats, one of the most abundant animal types is slugs. The tropical rainforest has by far one of the highest biodiversities found on the planet. There are thousands of species of plants and trees, and it is estimated that hundreds of species have not been discovered yet. Many plants from the rainforest are known to have medicinal properties. These have been cultivated for human use in anything from heart medications to cancer treatments. The biodiversity of the rainforest starts with insects, and there are a lot of them. Leaf-eating insects, butterflies, and termites are all abundant in the rainforest. Unfortunately, so are mosquitoes. Amphibians include multiple species of frogs. The most well-known is the poison dart frog. Indigenous tribes coat arrow tips in the poison this frog secretes. There are numerous species of snakes and lizards as well. Bird life includes species such as toucans and parrots. The mammal species in the rainforest are also quite vast. Top predators include big cats, such as jaguars, large primates such as orangutan and chimpanzees, along with numerous species of monkey and leopard are found in rainforests. Other mammals include bats and sloths. The three main types of forests found on Earth are coniferous, deciduous, and rainforests. Coniferous forests are comprised of trees that bear cones, are located in the northern hemisphere close to the North Pole, and have the lowest biodiversity of the three forest types. Both coniferous and deciduous forests experience all four seasons. Deciduous forests, or forests made up of trees that lose their leaves, have higher biodiversity than coniferous forests. Rainforests are found along the equator and have the highest biodiversity of any ecosystem found on the planet. They are also considered to be a type of deciduous forest, but instead of trees losing their leaves due to the cold weather of winter, they lose their leaves due to lack of rain.
Imagine a barren land that is too harsh for most trees, too cold for large animals, and too isolated for most humans. Although such a land may sound unbelievable, there is one environment on Earth with such a description, and it is the tundra biome. This biome is very unique because of its harsh climate and limited vegetation and animal life. The tundra biome covers a large area of land in the region just south of the Arctic ice caps. There are also tundra habitats across the high mountaintops of North America, Europe, and Siberia. Approximately half of Canada and most of the Alaskan coast are in the tundra biome. The tundra is the coldest biome on Earth, with average annual temperatures ranging from -40 degrees in the winter to 65 degrees in the summer. The winter is much longer than the summer in the tundra, and as a result, the temperature is below freezing, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, for the majority of the year. Due to extremely cold temperatures that last most of the year, the layer of ground just below the surface stays permanently frozen. This frozen layer of ground is called permafrost. Besides the very low temperatures, the tundra biome is also unique due to the amount of precipitation it receives each year. The tundra only receives between 6 to 10 inches of precipitation a year, which is less than most of the deserts on Earth. The tundra has also been referred to as a cold desert due to the limited precipitation. Despite the low precipitation, the tundra is a moist environment because the permafrost creates poor drainage and the low temperatures allow evaporation to happen at a slow rate, creating rich wetlands and constant fog during the summer months. The tundra is also a very windy environment. The high winds dry the surface of the land and create a colder environment. The winds also move dust and snow around the land, which can make life more challenging in the tundra. Although most biomes on Earth are covered in trees, the tundra is known for its lack of trees. The term tundra actually comes from the Finnish word tunturia, which means treeless plain. The tundra has very few trees due to several factors. First, the short summer season results in a short growing season, which makes it difficult for trees to grow larger. The persistent and strong winds also make it difficult for large trees to survive due to damage caused by the wind. Additionally, the permafrost makes it difficult for roots to penetrate the soil and create a strong support base. The cold temperature of the permafrost also makes decomposition slower, which limits the amount of nutrients being cycled through the environment. Although there are few trees in the tundra, there is a variety of smaller vegetation that grows in this environment. Plants that are commonly found in the tundra biome include dwarf shrubs, grasses, mosses, and lichens. The plants and few trees that are found in the tundra have developed important adaptations that have made it possible for them to survive in this harsh environment. The trees that can survive in the tundra are often small, which reduces the damage caused by wind and makes it possible for these trees to be covered in snow during the winter. Although it would seem that being covered in snow would make the trees colder, in fact, the snow acts as insulation for the trees and helps them stay warmer during the winter months. Other plants of the tundra also have adaptations that help them survive. During winter months, many plants go dormant to tolerate the cold temperatures. When plants go dormant, they are still alive, but they are not actively growing. By going dormant during the winter, plants are able to save energy and use it during more favorable conditions, like warmer summer months. During the summer, the top layer of the soil thaws slightly, and plants have adapted to take advantage of this change in soil temperature and of the short growing season. Plants grow rapidly during the short summer season, and they flower more quickly. Some plants have developed more specific adaptations for survival. The flowers of some plants increase their heat efficiency by slowly moving during the day to position themselves in a direction where they can catch the most rays from the sun. Other plants have protective coverings, such as thick hairs that help protect them from wind, cold, and desiccation, which is also known as extreme drying. Although plants drop old leaves in most environments, in the tundra, some plants retain old leaves to increase survival. By retaining old leaves, the plant conserves nutrients, and the leaves provide protection from the elements of the environment, such as wind and cold. Due to the harsh conditions of the tundra biome, there are only certain animals that can survive in this environment. There are a few large species, such as musk oxen and caribou, that live in the tundra, but most animals are smaller in size. Some of the most common small animals in the tundra include lemmings, voles, and shrews. Due to the large number of small rodents and mammals, predators such as Arctic foxes and snowy owls also inhabit the tundra. Besides the animals that inhabit the tundra year-round, there are many species that visit the tundra during their migration. In the spring, numerous species of birds travel from all over the Americas to the tundra. Some birds fly all the way from the waters of Antarctica to the tundra. What would make a bird want to fly such far distances? The answer is food. As we learned earlier, during the short summer months, the plants of the tundra go through a rapid growth phase. The abundance of food in the tundra during the summer months makes it a great place for birds to migrate to because there is enough food to supply them with the energy to create nests, raise young, and at the end of the summer, travel back to their warmer environments. During the winter months, many animals in the tundra grow thicker coats to help insulate their bodies and reduce the amount of body heat lost due to the cold and strong winds. Another adaptation for conserving body heat that is commonly found in the tundra is the development of compact bodies with short limbs. By having more compact bodies, there is less surface area from which to lose heat. One of the most extreme adaptations for conserving energy and dealing with the hardships of winter in the tundra is hibernation. Similar to when the tundra plants go dormant in the winter, some tundra animals go into hibernation, which is a form of dormancy, where they slow their respiration and heartbeat. The two tundra animals that are known to hibernate during the winter are Arctic ground squirrels and grizzly bears. The adaptation of camouflage helps some Arctic animals survive in both the winter and summer months. For example, the Arctic fox changes its coat color to white in the winter and brown in the summer. By changing the color of its coat, the Arctic fox is able to blend in with its environment, which makes it possible for the fox to be a more successful hunter and therefore increase its chances of survival. Overall, the tundra biome is a unique and formidable environment with cold temperatures, low precipitation, and high winds. Although these harsh conditions make the tundra a difficult environment to survive in, there are some plants and animals that have adapted to these conditions. These adaptations make it possible for some plants and animals to grow and survive in this environment and call the tundra home.
Freshwater biomes are large communities of plants and animals centered around waters with less than 1% salt concentration. They are very important to survival on Earth. Types of freshwater biomes include ponds, lakes, streams, rivers, and even some wetlands. Wetlands are not always considered freshwater biomes because they usually have too high of a salt content. Lakes and ponds are considered still water since they do not move very fast. Rivers and streams move water from one area to another and are known as moving waters. Both still waters and moving waters offer a home to many different types of plants and animals. Many of these organisms are structured to live in a specific type of freshwater habitat. For example, some plants thrive in the nice calm waters of a lake, but don't survive in rivers or streams unless they have a specific structure or can hold onto objects like rocks. Estuaries are the areas between the moving and still waters. They also offer a habitat to many different plants and animals, including types of coral reefs, fish, shellfish, and birds. Some of the animals in estuaries have a very unique ability to survive in both freshwater and saltwater. Different areas of freshwater biomes have different structures and resources. For example, a headwater, or the source of a river or stream, has water that is clearer and higher in oxygen levels than the middle of the river or the end, the mouth of the river. Examples of headwaters include springs, snowmelt, or even lakes. In the headwaters you will find trout and heterotrophs. In the middle, there is much more diversity in species. In the mouth, it is murky with all of the sediment the water picked up on the way. Less oxygen and light leads to a lot less diversity of species in the mouth or end of the river. Freshwater biomes are found all around the world. They have many seasons. A single pond during the summer season could be up to 39 degrees Fahrenheit on the bottom and 72 degrees Fahrenheit on the top. This same pond could be 39 degrees Fahrenheit on the bottom and 32 degrees Fahrenheit on top in the winter season. The climates usually average 39 degrees Fahrenheit to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Did you know that 75% of the world is actually covered in water? There is a lot of water on Earth. However, 97% of water is actually salt water, and 2% of all the water is fresh water that is locked up in the glaciers. This leaves only 1% of fresh water found around the Earth. Still, freshwater biomes are found all around the world. Lake Victoria in south-central Africa, as well as the Great Lakes of the Midwest US and Canada, are very well-known freshwater areas. Lake Baikal in southern Siberia is the largest freshwater lake in the world. The Nile in Africa is the longest freshwater river on Earth. There are many diverse flora and fauna in freshwater biomes. Algae, although not very pretty or fun to swim in, is a favorite snack for most of the animals that live in a freshwater biome. Algae live on the top layer of the water, soaking up the energy from the sun's rays. Plants are not just a snack for the freshwater animals. They provide oxygen through the process of photosynthesis. There are many different plant species unique to the different types of freshwater environments. Algae just hangs out in the still waters of lakes and ponds. Other plants that can hang on in still water are ducktails, water lilies, and cattails. Moss has the proper structure to cling to rocks and can therefore survive in faster-moving water, such as rivers and streams. Like plants, animals are plentiful in freshwater biomes. Some of these animals, like fish, live solely in water. Some, like beavers, live on the land surrounding the water. Others, like turtles, live in both the water and on the land of the freshwater biomes. The trout is an example of an important fish that lives in fresh water. Trout inhabit streams and rivers and eat fish and other insects that also live in the freshwater biomes. Freshwater biomes are large communities of plants and animals centered around water with less than 1% salt concentration. Ponds, lakes, streams, rivers, and even some wetlands are all types of freshwater biomes. There are over 700 species of fish, more than 1,200 different amphibians, and many other animals that live in fresh waters and the surrounding land. Plants such as water lilies, algae, and cattails are also plentiful in freshwater biomes. This is why freshwater biomes are so important. There are so many species that call them home. From a human perspective, we need the water and the food that they provide. Let's not forget that freshwater biomes also give us many different opportunities for research and recreation.
Earth is covered with millions of different species of plants and animals. Each ecosystem and habitat on our planet has its own degree of variation of life. We call this biodiversity. The root bio means life, and diversity means many different things. One of the interesting things about biodiversity is that it's never constant across one type of habitat. For example, the biodiversity of Mount Everest is completely different than the biodiversity of the Rockies. It all depends on where you are on the planet. However, no matter where you are on Earth, one of the areas that has the highest biodiversity are ecosystems based upon water. We can break water-based ecosystems into three categories. These are marine or saltwater, freshwater, and those that are both. Marine ecosystems are habitats like the open ocean, coral reefs, and intertidal zones. Freshwater ecosystems include lakes and rivers. Ecosystems that are considered both marine and freshwater are areas where the salinity or saltiness of the water fluctuates between fresh and saltwater due to river input or outgoing tides. These include places like estuaries and salt marshes. While it's strange to think about, the open ocean, which makes up about 70% of the planet, has one of the lowest biodiversities we see in an ecosystem. This is because just like humans, organisms in the ocean need nutrients to grow. The oceans get these essential nutrients from water that is run off from land. So the further away from land you get, the less diversity you see in the ocean. Another factor that contributes to the biodiversity of the open ocean is light. Light penetrates water in the ocean to about 200 meters or 600 feet, a region known as the photic zone. Why is this important? Just like on land, the bottom of the food chain in water is comprised of things that photosynthesize or get their energy from sunlight. These are called primary producers. In the ocean, these are organisms like algae and plankton, which are very small, smaller than you can usually see with your naked eye. The larger animals that live in the open ocean eat plankton in order to survive. For example, a whale shark, which can reach over 50 feet long, eats millions of plankton each day. Other organisms that make up the biodiversity of the open ocean are large fish, such as tuna, swordfish, and sharks, mammals, such as whales and dolphins, and invertebrates, such as jellyfish and squid. Coral reefs are one of the most diverse ecosystems on the planet. They provide structure for multiple species to hide in, as well as crevices for laying eggs and for living in. Therefore, coral reefs provide a nursery ground for raising young. The majority of organisms found on coral reefs are invertebrates, or animals that don't have a backbone. The list of invertebrates found on reefs is huge. Corals and sponges make up the largest group of invertebrates found on coral reefs. These are the organisms that make up the structure of the reef itself. Here, primary producers are also the backbone of biodiversity, but not necessarily because of phytoplankton. You may look at a coral or a sponge and think it looks more like a plant, but these are actually considered to be animals. Corals have a special type of algae that live in them, called zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellae photosynthesize and provide nutrients for the coral to grow. Other invertebrates found on reefs include anemones. Yes, this is where you can find Nemo. Sea stars and sea urchins. Crustaceans, such as shrimp and lobster, and mollusks, such as giant clams. If you're lucky, you might even see an octopus. The vertebrates found on coral reefs are sea turtles, eels, fish, and sharks. Another interesting part of coral reef diversity is that many of the organisms that live on the reef are nocturnal, meaning they are only active at night. If you visit a reef during the day and then again at night, you will see a totally different reef with a whole new biodiversity. Unlike the open ocean and coral reefs, there are several environmental factors that influence the biodiversity of the intertidal zone, all of which are centered on a tidal cycle, or when the tide is in or out. When the tide is in, the intertidal can be completely covered with water, or waves can splash this zone, possibly harming the organisms that live there. When the tide is out, organisms are exposed to air or live in small pools of water called tide pools. This means these organisms are exposed to predators, direct sunlight, and can desiccate or dry out. All these factors make the biodiversity of the intertidal zone high and low at the same time. It is considered a low biodiversity overall. Very few organisms can handle living in the intertidal zone. However, when you examine the type of organisms that live in the intertidal, invertebrates and algae, the biodiversity is quite high. There are over 1,000 species that can live in the intertidal. This includes organisms such as sea urchins, sea stars, sponges, anemones, mussels, snails, crabs, and seaweeds. Just like the open ocean, light is very important to the biodiversity of a lake. Lakes also have a photic zone, but the depth to which the zone extends is more dependent on the depth of the lake than on anything else. Another factor that affects biodiversity in lakes is temperature. Because these bodies of water are stagnant or don't move, there is always the possibility they will freeze when the weather gets cold. If the lake freezes, no oxygen can get into the water, which makes the lake become anoxic or oxygen poor. If you cover your mouth with your hands and keep breathing, after a minute or so, it becomes hard to breathe, right? Now think about doing that for a few months. Also, like the open ocean, a lake's biodiversity starts with primary producers. In freshwater, these are mainly plants, phytoplankton and zooplankton. Most lakes typically have quite a few amphibians, such as frogs and salamanders, as well as reptiles, such as turtles and snakes. Larger lakes have multiple species of fish, and some even have alligators. We also find a number of birds and small mammals, such as raccoons and beavers, around larger lakes. Rivers are a bit like the intertidal zone. Because they are constantly moving, organisms that live in them must either be able to swim well or attach to the bottom or sides of the riverbank. Again, we see the biodiversity of a river dependent upon the primary producers in the river. Fish are of course in rivers, as well as macrophytes, which are aquatic plants. As with lakes, you can find amphibians and reptiles in areas where the water moves slowly, and a number of mammals and birds depend upon rivers for feeding grounds. Species that live in salt marshes and estuaries must endure one of the harshest and most variable habitats on the planet. The salinity in these habitats fluctuates from freshwater to saltwater, which can be problematic for most organisms. Therefore, the biodiversity in these habitats is fairly low for organisms that live in these habitats exclusively. These species typically include plants with special glands that excrete or get rid of excess salts, oysters, snails, crabs, and small fish. The biodiversity of these habitats increases dramatically when you include the visitors of these specialized ecosystems. Hundreds of species of birds visit estuaries and salt marshes looking for food. Many species even use these habitats to build nests for their young. Small mammals such as raccoons and skunks find food in these habitats. Another interesting example are the species that have to travel through estuaries or salt marshes to get somewhere else. The incoming tides from the oceans brings fish such as salmon, which spawn in fresh water even though they live in the ocean for most of their lives. Biodiversity means many different forms of life. This includes anything from the smallest phytoplankton, which you can't see with your naked eye, to seaweeds that are hundreds of feet long, to the largest mammals in the world, the whales. Ecosystems based upon water can either be highly diverse or have a very low biodiversity. The ecosystems that are marine or made up of salt water include coral reefs and the intertidal zone, which are both highly diverse, as well as the open ocean, which has a fairly low biodiversity. Ecosystems that are based upon fresh water, such as lakes and rivers, also have high biodiversity. Habitats that are both marine and freshwater, estuaries and salt marshes, are some of the harshest areas on the planet to live. Therefore, the biodiversity in these areas is quite low.
Did you know there are more than 10,000 species of birds, 200,000 species of flowering plants, and almost 1 million species of insects in the world? The number of species identified has increased substantially in recent years, and there are over 1.5 million species currently known. Although this number might seem large, it is thought that this number is actually only a fraction of the number of species that exist today. New species are being identified every day, and it is estimated that there are anywhere between 3 and 50 million different species living on Earth. When discussing the number of species on Earth, the term biodiversity is often mentioned. Biodiversity, also known as biological diversity, is the variety of life on Earth across all of the different levels of biological organization. On a smaller scale, biodiversity can be used to describe the variety in the genetic makeup of a species, and on a larger scale, it can be used to describe the variety of ecosystem types. Biodiversity is a very broad term and is often divided into 3 types. The first type of biodiversity is species diversity, and this is the type of biodiversity most people are familiar with. Species diversity is defined as the number and abundance of different species that occupy a location. To accurately determine species diversity, both the species richness, which is the number of different species, and the relative abundance, which is the number of individuals within each species, must be considered. An example of species diversity would be the number and abundance of different types of mammals in a forest. The second type of biodiversity is genetic diversity. Genetic diversity is the amount of variation in genetic material within a species or within a population. There is a high level of diversity among species, but there is an even higher level of diversity among the genetic material of the individuals of a specific species. An example of genetic diversity is the variation in the genes that encode for hair color in humans. The third type of biodiversity is ecological diversity, and this is the variation in the ecosystems found in a region or the variation in ecosystems over the whole planet. Ecological diversity includes the variation in both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Ecological diversity can also take into account the variation in the complexity of a biological community, including the number of different niches, the number of trophic levels, and other ecological processes. An example of ecological diversity on a global scale would be the variation in ecosystems, such as deserts, forests, grasslands, wetlands, and oceans. Ecological diversity is the largest scale of biodiversity, and within each ecosystem there is a great deal of both species and genetic diversity. Now that you know what biodiversity is, why do you think it might be important? Biodiversity is important not only for the variety of beautiful and interesting species it offers us, but it is also very important and vital to the stability of an ecosystem and our entire planet. Ecosystem stability is the ability of an ecosystem to maintain a steady state even after a stress or disturbance has occurred. In order for an ecosystem to be considered stable, it needs to have mechanisms in place that help it return to its original state after a disturbance occurs. It has been shown that biodiversity of an area has a large impact on the ecosystem stability of that area. Areas with high levels of species and genetic diversity are likely to have a more complex ecosystem, with a variety of food webs and biotic interactions. This increase in complexity makes it more likely that the ecosystem will return to a stable state after a disturbance, because the ecosystem has more ways to respond to a disturbance and fix problems. For example, let's examine how two imaginary ecosystems with variations in biodiversity might respond to the same disturbance. The first ecosystem has only 3 species of trees, and the second ecosystem has over 30 species of trees. Now imagine both of these ecosystems are in a region that has just experienced a large fire. In the ecosystem with the higher level of species diversity, you would expect that the ecosystem would recover more quickly after the fire. This is because the larger amount of diversity makes it more likely that some of the species are better adapted for fires and can recover more quickly. In the ecosystem with the lower species diversity, you are relying on only 3 different species to repopulate the area. If any of these species are not adapted to recover from fire, the ecosystem will have a harder time returning to a steady state after the disturbance, due to the lack of diversity. With over 1.5 million species already identified, and potentially millions more awaiting discovery, our planet is a very diverse and mysterious place. Due to the large number of species found on Earth, there is a great deal of diversity. Biodiversity is the term used to describe the variety of life on Earth across all of the different levels of biological organization. Biodiversity is often divided into 3 types, including species diversity, genetic diversity, and ecological diversity. Species diversity is the number and abundance of species that occupy a location. Genetic diversity is the amount of variation in genetic material within a species or within a population. The third type of biodiversity is ecological diversity, and that is the variation in the ecosystems found in a region or the variation in ecosystems over the whole planet. Overall, biodiversity is very important because it helps maintain ecosystem stability, which is the ability of an ecosystem to maintain a steady state even after a stress or disturbance has occurred. With higher levels of biodiversity, ecosystems are more likely to recover after a disturbance because their increased complexity gives them more opportunities and methods for recovering. Our planet is always changing, and it is important to maintain a high level of biodiversity throughout the whole planet because it will make it more possible for species and ecosystems to adapt to and survive dramatic environmental changes of the future.
Ecosystems function quite well when left alone. They act like a balance. However, one small change to an ecosystem disturbs that balance, and humans are typically directly responsible for those changes. Due to practices such as destroying habitats for room to build, clearing land for crops and roads, as well as polluting the environment, humans are responsible for hundreds of species extinctions. Extinctions means ceasing to exist. When humans alter the environment, there are consequences for the animals and plants that utilize that particular environment. When we break an ecosystem into smaller chunks by building structures or roads, this is termed habitat fragmentation. Fragmentation means to break into smaller chunks. When building, humans also inevitably pollute the environment as well. The term used to describe pollution which is caused by humans is anthropogenic. When habitats are fragmented, the animals and plants in that habitat must in essence relearn how to survive. Food resources that were once there may be gone, or their homes may have been destroyed. In some cases, the areas where young were once hatched or raised may be gone. This may cause many species to die off quickly, affecting the biodiversity or variation of life in a given habitat. Recall that ecosystems act like a balance. So what happens when the scales are tipped in one direction or another? Let's look at an example where a road and buildings were built in the middle of a forest. Before the habitat was fragmented, there were plants which fed several herbivores, or animals which only eat plants, such as deer and elk. These large animals in turn fed the carnivores, or animals which consume meat, such as wolves and mountain lions. With the destruction of many of the plant species, the herbivores start to die off because they don't have enough food. This causes the carnivores to die off because there aren't enough herbivores to sustain their population numbers. Within several months, this habitat is considered dead, as the animals which once lived within it are now gone. The majority of pollution we see on a daily basis is the direct result of humans, and human actions contribute to pollution both on land and in water. Burning of non-renewable resources, or resources which are not easily regenerated, such as fossil fuels or oil, and throwing massive amounts of garbage into landfills are ways in which humans alter the atmosphere and land. Runoff from farms, which is filled with fertilizer, drastically changes both fresh and oceanic waters, which has direct implications for organisms which live in the water. So how do these processes affect ecosystems? If we follow runoff from an agricultural farm to the ocean, we see that sediments from that farm are carried into the water, as well as fertilizers. The sediments block sunlight and inhibit the growth of organisms which photosynthesize, or get their energy from the sunlight, such as corals and algae. These animals and plants provide food for grazing fish, which in turn provide food for larger predators such as barracuda and sharks. The fertilizers input nutrients into the waters, and while this may seem like a good thing, these nutrients cause blooms of algae which are considered harmful. Red tide is a harmful algal bloom which affects fish and filter feeders, such as clams and oysters. In fact, if humans were to eat an animal which had ingested some of this harmful algae, it would make us extremely sick. While humans are the direct cause of many organism extinctions, we can also help prevent future extinctions by becoming aware of how humans impact the environments around us. While it is impossible to prevent any future roads and buildings from being constructed, we can make an effort to conserve habitats which are home to currently endangered, or in danger of becoming extinct, species. Reducing our fossil fuel consumption by using renewable energy sources or easily regenerated sources of energy, such as solar power and wind power, and keeping our cars in good condition are ways to decrease emission output into the atmosphere. Practicing the credo reduce, reuse, and recycle can also help decrease the amount of waste which goes into landfills. Humans are directly responsible for the majority of animal and plant extinctions today. We clear land for agricultural use as well as buildings and roads. By fragmenting or breaking up established habitats, we force the organisms in an ecosystem to relearn how to survive. In some cases, this is impossible and the organisms go extinct. Anthropogenic, or human-caused pollution, is another factor which contributes to organism endangerment and extinction. Burning of non-renewable resources such as fossil fuels, throwing garbage into landfills, and introducing fertilizer into bodies of water all contribute to the alteration of ecosystems and eventual organism extinction, where these organisms no longer exist. We can try to prevent animal and plant extinctions by conserving established habitats, reducing fossil fuel consumption, and recycling. There are thousands, if not millions, of species of organisms on our planet. Many species which used to exist no longer do. These species are called extinct. The most common example of an extinct species are the dinosaurs. These large animals which once roamed the earth can no longer be found today. While the dinosaurs became extinct because of a meteor hitting the earth, humans are the primary cause of species extinction today. Hunting, deforestation, or chopping down forests for land to build, and overfishing are all human practices which contribute to the decline in species number. When the natural population numbers of a species get low, there are two terms which can be used to describe that species. These are threatened and endangered. The International Union for Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, also known as the World Conservation Union, was founded in 1948 and is primarily responsible for classifying species as threatened or endangered. The IUCN considers a species threatened if the population is vulnerable to endangerment in the near future. A species is considered endangered if the population faces a high risk of extinction. The IUCN has 7 different categories in which they classify species. These are least concern. There is no immediate threat to the survival of the species. These are typically common species that have been hunted or can be hunted, but no harm is done to the population as a whole. Examples of these species are the Canadian goose and the American alligator. Near threatened. These are species that could be considered threatened in the near future, and population numbers are monitored carefully. Examples of near-threatened species are the emperor penguin and the American bison. Vulnerable or threatened. These are species which face a high risk of extinction, but not for many years. These species are typically hunted for pelts and trophies, for example, lions for pelts and African elephants for ivory, or have lost a significant amount of their habitat, such as Komodo dragons and Galapagos tortoise. Endangered. These organisms face a high risk of extinction in the near future. Examples include Asian elephants, green sea turtles, and blue whales. These populations are closely monitored, and there are considerable fines and jail time if someone is found hunting or harming a species which is considered endangered. Critically endangered. A species in this category is likely to go extinct in the near future unless drastic measures are taken to ensure its survival. Many of these species were overhunted or overfished and continue to be hunted illegally, also known as poaching. Examples include the mountain gorilla, bluefin tuna, and the California condor. Extinct in the wild. This means that while no living members of a certain species exist in their native habitat, there are individuals in captivity. The best example of a species which is extinct in the wild is the northern white rhinoceros. The white rhino was overhunted and killed for its horn, which is considered to be extremely valuable. In fact, park rangers are now cutting the horns off rhinoceros in the wild so they won't be killed by poachers. Extinct. No living members of these species exist. Examples of organisms that have gone extinct include the previously mentioned dinosaurs, woolly mammoths, and dodo birds. Many of these species we only know existed from fossil records, or by finding their bones buried in the ground. These are the animals that you typically see when you visit a natural history museum. However, there are numerous species that have gone extinct purely from the actions of humans. Some examples include the western black rhinoceros, which was declared extinct in 2011, the Japanese river otter, which was declared extinct in 2012, and the Formosian clouded leopard, which was declared extinct in 2013. Each country is responsible for the protection and conservation of their own threatened and endangered species. In the United States, we have the Endangered Species Act, which was put into effect in 1973. Under the ESA, 2 federal agencies, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, are permitted to fine and arrest anyone who is harming and or found killing an endangered or threatened animal or plant. In order to keep the species that are currently on our planet alive and thriving, scientists focus on conservation. This includes maintaining the habitat in which these species live, as well as the population numbers of the species itself. A number of zoos around the country participate in conservation programs which try and breed threatened and endangered species in the zoo, and then relocate the young to their native habitat later. The San Diego Zoo is well known for their efforts in successfully breeding the endangered giant panda from China. However, legislation such as the Endangered Species Act is also vital in monitoring and listing species which have dwindling population numbers. There are currently 3,079 animals and 2,655 plant species classified as endangered worldwide. You may be asking yourself why keeping plants and animals from going extinct is important. A healthy ecosystem works like a balance. When the weight is equal on both sides, there aren't any problems. However, if you add weight to one side or another, then the scales tip. In a balanced ecosystem, there is enough plant life to sustain the herbivores, or plant eaters, such as deer, and enough herbivores to sustain the predators, such as wolves. But what happens when the population numbers of the predators drastically drop due to hunting, or the weight on one side of the scale is taken away? Then the herbivore population numbers would dramatically increase, which would lead to overgrazing of the plants, which would in turn start to die off. Then the herbivores wouldn't have enough food, so their population numbers would start to decline, leaving the remaining predators with nothing to eat. So removing even a single species has the potential to have drastic effects on the ecosystem as a whole. Species which used to exist and no longer do are labeled as extinct. Before a species goes extinct, it is labeled as being threatened or is vulnerable to endangerment, or endangered, meaning the population faces the risk of extinction. Today, humans are directly responsible for almost all of the threatened and endangered species due to practices such as hunting and overfishing, as well as destroying natural habitat to make land for building. Threatened and endangered species are closely monitored by legislation such as the Endangered Species Act. Those who choose to continue to hunt or harm these protected species face large fines and imprisonment as a consequence. Protecting endangered and threatened species is extremely important to conservation. The planet Earth is not static. It is constantly changing. Humans are responsible for a lot of those changes. We clear forests for land to build on, till the ground to grow crops for food and animals, and decimate acres of land so we can build roads and highways. One of the things that we don't tend to think of is where the animals and plants go when we destroy their habitat. Many of these species cannot simply migrate or move to another area. Therefore, they go extinct or cease to exist. Species extinction is problematic because if you remove one organism from an ecosystem, it changes the entire ecosystem. Ecosystems are delicately balanced. One small change drastically alters everything. Let's take a look at a quick example. Coral reefs are the perfect example of a balanced ecosystem. Corals and sponges, which are both animals, build the reef and create structure for fish. Small fish, known as grazers, feed on the corals and sponges as well as algae. Examples of grazing fish are butterfly fish, parrotfish, and damselfish. Large predators, such as sharks and eels, eat the grazing fish. The large predators drive the ecosystem by keeping all the other population numbers in check. This is called a top-down ecosystem. So what happens when there are no more sharks? In the absence of sharks, the grazing fish populations explode because there aren't any predators to keep the population numbers at a reasonable level. The increased number of grazing fish means there is more grazing upon the reef itself, and the corals and sponges die off, which means the reef is dead. So where are the sharks going? Shark populations are diminished mainly due to an overfishing practice known as finning. Large fishing vessels catch hundreds of sharks and cut off their fins in order to make shark fin soup. They throw the finless sharks back into the water where it dies because it cannot swim without its fins. Sharks are also caught as bycatch, or catching something you weren't intending to catch, in large fishing nets. These fish need to swim in order to breathe, so when caught in a net, they quickly drown. In order to prevent animals and plants from going extinct, the Endangered Species Act, or ESA, was enacted in 1973. The act was designed to protect species from going extinct as a consequence of economic growth and development untempered by adequate concern and conservation. The act's purpose is to protect species as well as the ecosystem on which they depend. This means that organisms that are in danger of going extinct because of humans destroying their natural habitat for development need to be monitored, and their habitats need to be conserved. The ESA is administered by two federal administrations, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, or FWS, as well as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. NOAA manages the marine or seawater species that are protected under the ESA, and FWS monitors the freshwater fish and all other species. There are two main categories under the ESA, threatened and endangered. A threatened species is one that faces endangerment in the near future. An endangered species is one that is in danger of becoming extinct in the near future. Under the ESA, a species is classified as endangered if it meets one of the following criteria. 1. There is a current or possible threat of modification or destruction to the habitat of the species. 2. The species has been overused for scientific, educational, commercial, or recreational purposes. This typically means the species has been overhunted or overfished. In some cases, scientists collect far too many individuals of the species for research, and the populations cannot bounce back. 3. The population numbers of the species are declining due to disease or predation. 4. There is no or inadequate regulation of the species. This means that we have no true idea of how many individuals exist. We just know that the population numbers are declining and need to be monitored. 5. There are other natural or man-made factors affecting its continued existence. A perfect example of this is the after effects of hurricanes or tornadoes. These natural disasters are quite destructive, and species other than humans are affected by that destruction. After a species is put on a list to be considered as threatened or endangered, there is a 90-day waiting period where investigations are made to determine if the species is indeed in danger of going extinct or becoming endangered. Many factors are taken into account, such as habitat, economic and educational importance, and money that would be required to conserve the species. If the species is found to be in need of protection from the ESA, a 1-year study is performed, which is then followed by a hearing to vote on the species placement on the endangered species list. If the species is granted protection under the ESA, the public is notified in the area where the species resides. Remember that if a species is granted protection under the ESA, so is its habitat. This can have large effects on farmers, miners, and loggers, who all work in areas with hundreds of species. So you can see that getting an animal listed as endangered or threatened is quite a process. After an organism is put on the endangered species list, the FWS and NOAA are responsible for creating a species recovery plan. In short, how they are going to keep the species from going extinct, and how they are planning on increasing the population number. These plans typically involve labeling a habitat as a protected area so the species can survive in their native environment, and can also include breeding programs through captive individuals of endangered species in zoos. Sand dunes are a great example of a protected area. Green turtles are listed as endangered, so the sand dunes in which they lay their eggs are considered a protected area. There are also large penalties for those who violate the Endangered Species Act. People who traffic or capture, wound, or kill an endangered or threatened species for the purpose of selling it can receive a fine of $50,000 and up to 1 year in jail. There can also be up to a $25,000 fine per violation of the ESA. Since the ESA's enactment in the 1970s, hundreds of species of plant and animal have been listed as threatened or endangered. Once on the list, the protection of the ESA can make it possible for a species to repopulate and either be delisted or removed from the endangered species list entirely. There are also cases of downlisting, where a species is moved from being endangered to being threatened. Some well-known success stories of the ESA include the bald eagle, whooping crane, gray wolf, grizzly bear, and gray whale. As of 2012, a total of 56 species have been removed from the endangered species list, and 25 have been downlisted from endangered to threatened. There can be no argument that once an organism is listed as endangered, it takes a long time for the population to come back to a healthy level. The delisted success rate of the ESA is only about 1% over a span of almost 40 years. Some would say that isn't worth the time and money recovery efforts have cost. However, thinking back to our coral reef example, you could argue that keeping ecosystems healthy and balanced is worth any price. While the ESA is the main piece of legislature we have in the U.S. for protecting species, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, is responsible for publishing the Red List of Threatened Species, which is a global list of all species that are considered threatened or endangered. The World Conservation Strategy of the IUCN is a plan to bring governments and local communities together in an effort to eradicate animal and plant extinction. A major premise of the World Conservation Strategy is that protected areas and threatened species could most effectively be safeguarded if local people considered it in their own interest to do so. This means that if people in a local area or region took it upon themselves to conserve a habitat and species instead of being forced to do it by the government, the number of organisms on the endangered species list would be much lower. Animal and plant extinctions can have detrimental effects on ecosystem balance. For example, overfishing caused a drastic decrease in shark populations, which has a devastating effect on coral reefs. In 1973, the Endangered Species Act, or ESA, was enacted, which protects organisms that are endangered or under threat of going extinct, or threatened, which means they will soon become endangered. The United States Fisheries and Wildlife Service, as well as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, are responsible for administering the ESA. These federal agencies are also responsible for putting new species on the endangered species list and creating recovery plans for the species that are already on the list. While the ESA has had several large success stories such as the bald eagle, there are those that feel the ESA takes too much time and money for the number of species it helps. The ESA is specifically for conservation and preservation in the United States. The International Union for Conservation of Nature publishes a global list of threatened and endangered species and tries to bring the global community together for conservation efforts.
As the human population grows and grows, natural resources are being used at a rapid rate, and large areas of forest are being converted for human use. How do you think public land should be managed to deal with these types of environmental issues? Over the years, there have been many opinions on how to manage public lands. Two of the major points of view include conservation and preservation of the environment. People often use these two terms interchangeably, when in fact they are two very different views and methods for managing land. Let's explore these two terms and how they vary from one another. Some people believe that public land should be managed by the method of conservation, meaning that the environment and its resources should be used by humans and managed in a responsible manner. These types of people see the value of the environment as the goods and services that it can provide to people. This viewpoint requires that the environment be used in a way that is sustainable and ensures that the natural resources will be used in a manner that will meet the present-day needs for the resource without jeopardizing the supply of the resource for future generations. By using the environment sustainably, the environment and the natural resources it provides will not be depleted or destroyed permanently and will be available for human use for a very long time. If people do not manage the land properly and the resources are not being used sustainably, then the environment can be destroyed and the conservation method will have failed. Gifford Pinchot, who lived from 1865 to 1946, was a leader in the conservation movement. As the United States expanded and more land was being converted for human use, Pinchot was bothered by the method used in transforming the land. At the time, most forests were being clear-cut, which is when all of the trees are removed at the same time. Pinchot did not like this method because he saw the forests as a valuable resource of timber and thought that it should be managed in a way that enabled human development of the land, but also ensured use of the natural resources. He later founded the organization that would become the U.S. Forest Service, and served as chief of the organization while Theodore Roosevelt was president. While Pinchot was in charge, the federal government adopted the conservationist method for managing land and drastically increased the amount of land managed by the government. On the other side of the argument of how to effectively manage public land are the preservationists. The method of preservation is much stricter than the conservationist approach. Under preservation of the environment, lands and their natural resources should not be consumed by humans and should instead be maintained in their pristine form. Preservationists believe that humans can have access to the land, but should only utilize it for its natural beauty and inspiration. They think that the value of the land is not what you can use from it, but instead that land has an intrinsic value, meaning that it is valuable in itself simply by existing. One of the most famous preservationists in U.S. history is John Muir. John Muir was a Scottish immigrant who lived from 1838 to 1914 and had a large admiration for California's Yosemite Valley. Similarly to Gifford Pinchot, Muir was motivated by the deforestation and destruction of land as the human population moved west across the country. Muir was a strong advocate for the complete protection of land and believed that people should only use the environment for enjoyment and not as a resource for goods. Muir was involved in the creation of the Sierra Club in 1892, which is an environmental organization that advocates for the preservation and protection of public lands. The influence of John Muir is still evident today through the continuation of the Sierra Club and the establishment of the Muir Woods National Monument, a preservation area in Northern California that is home to an ancient redwood forest. The two views, conservation and preservation, have been at the center of many historical environmental debates, including the debate over the Hetch Hetchy Water Project. The Hetch Hetchy Valley is located in the northwest corner of Yosemite National Park, and in the early 1880s, the valley was being considered as a potential site for a reservoir. At the time, the city of San Francisco was growing and faced a shortage of water. With the damming of the river and the creation of a reservoir in the Hetch Hetchy Valley, it would be possible to supply ample drinking water to the people of the San Francisco area. The Hetch Hetchy Water Project spurred a large debate between preservationists and conservationists. Preservationists, including John Muir, were fighting to keep the Hetch Hetchy Valley pristine and persuade lawmakers that the valley and its wilderness were valuable in their natural state. On the other side of the argument were conservationists, led by Gifford Pinchot. They fought to have the river dammed and the valley flooded to create the reservoir so that it could provide a large amount of water to people in areas with limited water. Eventually, the demand for water outweighed the desire for pristine habitat, and the dam was built in the early 1900s. Although we just explored an example of conservationists and preservationists battling it out over land, do you think it is possible that there is a time or situation where both conservation and preservation are the answer to an environmental problem? An example of both conservation and preservation being needed to save a species is evident in the case of the woolly spider monkeys of Brazil. It was originally thought that these monkeys required pristine old-growth forests to survive, so the land they lived on was preserved and was not used for human needs. It was later discovered that these monkeys actually preferred secondary growth forests, which are forests that are regrown after a disturbance, because these types of forests provide a wider variety of vegetation for monkeys to feed on. In order to provide the monkeys with the type of food they needed to survive, certain areas of the forest were logged in order to create room for new vegetation to grow. In this example, the two views on land management worked together to ensure the survival of an endangered species. The conservation of the forest through logging made it possible to preserve the woolly spider monkeys within their natural and preferred habitat. Now, let's review the two different sides of the land management argument. On one side, we have the conservation approach, where the environment and its resources are used by humans and managed in a responsible manner. On the other side, we have the preservation approach, where lands and their natural resources are not consumed by humans and instead are maintained in their pristine form. Over recent history, these two approaches to land management have created heated debates between followers of each, including the famous conservationist Gifford Pinchot and preservationist John Muir. Although Pinchot and Muir believed in different land management strategies, they both had a passion for the environment and left behind long-lasting legacies which still influence environmental legislation today. While there are some examples of a balance between conservation and preservation, as was the case with the woolly spider monkeys of Brazil, for the most part, the debate between supporters of these two views is ongoing and factors into current land management decisions.
because it is covered with water, and from space it is seen as bright blue.
If you follow a small stream downhill, where do you think it will lead? In most cases, a small stream will lead to a bigger stream, which will then lead to a river, and finally, an open body of water. All of these waterways are connected and rely on precipitation to flow properly. When it rains, water falls on all surfaces, not just in the waterways. But how does the water that falls on the ground get to the stream or river? This type of water is referred to as runoff, because it is water that falls on the ground and flows across the surface until it hits a stream. Each waterway has a drainage basin, or watershed, which is an area of land where all precipitation that falls will drain or flow downhill into a specific stream. Based on where rain falls and in what drainage basin determines what waterway it will end up traveling to. Drainage basins often have well-defined boundaries. The line that separates two adjacent drainage basins is called a drainage divide. Drainage divides are often steep mountain ranges or hills. When rain falls on one side of the divide, it will flow into a certain drainage basin, and if the water falls on the opposite side of the divide, it will flow into a different drainage basin. Within a drainage basin, sometimes water that is moving downhill is stopped due to a depression in the land. This process creates ponds, which are small bodies of standing water, and lakes, which are much larger bodies of standing water. Although each individual stream has its own drainage basin, a larger river system is made up of all of the smaller streams and their respective drainage basins. As mentioned before, small streams flow into larger streams, then rivers, and finally open bodies of water. The drainage basin of a larger river system is comprised of many branching networks. It starts at high elevation with first-order streams, which are small streams that originate from springs. First-order streams are where the system begins, and they do not have any other streams flowing into them. Next, there are second-order streams, which are streams that are created when two first-order streams meet. These streams are slightly larger and more downhill from first-order streams. When two second-order streams meet, they create a third-order stream. This process can continue until a large network of waterways is created. All of the branches of the system will eventually come together and lead to the final large waterway that will empty into the open body of water. The drainage basin for this entire river system would be very large and incorporate each drainage basin from individual waterways. These systems can be very complex. We can think of it as a tree with many branches. The smaller twig-like branches lead to larger branches, and finally, they all meet at the trunk of the tree. There are many drainage basins in the United States. Technically, wherever you are currently standing or sitting is within a drainage basin. The United States is home to several very large drainage basins, including the Columbia River Drainage Basin, the Colorado River Basin, and the Mississippi River Drainage Basin. The Mississippi River Drainage Basin is the fourth largest in the world. It extends from the Allegheny Mountains in the east to the Rocky Mountains in the west, and covers over 1.2 million square acres. There are parts of 31 U.S. states and 2 Canadian provinces within this drainage basin. Many major rivers, including the Ohio River, Missouri River, and Arkansas River, are tributaries within this drainage basin. All of the streams and rivers within the drainage basin eventually lead to the Mississippi River, which drains to the Gulf of Mexico. Now, let's review drainage basins and how they relate to the development of large river systems. A drainage basin is an area of land where all precipitation that falls will drain or flow downhill into a specific stream. The water that falls on the ground and flows across the surface until it hits a stream is called runoff. Drainage basins are often surrounded by steep mountain ridges or hills and have a drainage divide, which is a line that separates two adjacent drainage basins. Large river systems are similar to the branching network of a tree, with many small streams connecting and leading to a larger river. The drainage basin of a large river system is comprised of the drainage basins of all of the waterways within the system, including first-order streams,
second-order streams, third-order streams, and so on, until the final, larger river that flows into an open body of water. The Mississippi River drainage basin is an example of a very large and complex river system. The drainage basin for this system covers over 1.2 million square acres and parts of 31 U.S. states. The water that enters many streams and rivers and flows into the Mississippi eventually ends up draining into the Gulf of Mexico. Drainage basins can be as simple as the area around one small stream or as complex as the Mississippi River drainage basin. Either way, these systems are important because they demonstrate how our water flows, where it comes from, and where it is going. This is important information when trying to keep these areas healthy and safe.
Earth is known as the blue planet because it is covered with water, and from space it is seen as bright blue. Water occurs in many forms on Earth, and it is naturally present in all three phases of matter: liquid water, oceans, lakes, and streams; solid, ice caps and glaciers; and gas, water vapor in the atmosphere. Water on Earth is very important because it is what allows life to exist. Without water, Earth would be dry and desolate, and you wouldn't be here. How water moves through the water cycle, which is the natural cycling of water through places and phases on Earth, affects weather, land features, global temperatures, and drinking water supplies. Water is an important resource to us because we use it for a variety of everyday things: drinking water, cooking food, washing clothes, and power production, just to name a few. However, the amount of water available for our use is surprisingly small compared with all the water that is present on Earth. When you look at an image of Earth, it's easy to understand that 70% of its surface is covered with water. This is because all that blue you see is water in the oceans, about 97% of all the water on Earth. Ocean water is very salty, much too salty for us to drink, so in the oceans it stays. That leaves only about 3% for all other water on Earth, which is all freshwater. But even most of that is not available to us. Of that 3%, 2/3 of it, so about 68% of all the freshwater, which is about 2% of all the total water on Earth, is frozen in ice caps and glaciers. While this may sound like an untapped resource, it's actually beneficial to us that this water is frozen where it is because it helps regulate sea levels and global temperatures on Earth. So we still have 1% of all the water on Earth left to distribute. About 30% of Earth's fresh water, approximately 0.6% of all water on Earth, is found as groundwater. This is one resource we do take advantage of. It's where we get much of our water for drinking and irrigating agricultural crops. Surface water, which is all of the lakes, rivers, and streams on Earth, makes up about 0.3% of all the fresh water, about 0.009% of all water on Earth. Think about all the large rivers we have on our planet, like the Nile, the Amazon, the Colorado, and the Mississippi. All of these rivers and all of their streams don't even add up to 1% of Earth's total water. And what's even more amazing is that of all the surface water, rivers make up a measly 2%. Most surface water is found in lakes, which constitute more than 85% of all surface water. There is even more water to be accounted for, such as soil moisture, which is water that is in the ground but above groundwater, and water vapor in the atmosphere. All of this other water, including all those big clouds you see in the sky, make up less than 1% of all the fresh water on Earth. Earth is covered with water, and we should be very glad that it is. By moving through the water cycle, which is the natural cycle of water changing phase and location, the water on Earth makes the temperature and climate hospitable for us and provides us with water for drinking and doing daily activities. What's surprising is how little of the water on Earth we can actually use, because 97% of all the water on the planet is salty and in the oceans. Only 3% of Earth's water is freshwater, and most of that is frozen in glaciers and polar ice caps, about 68% of all freshwater, or 2% of all water on Earth. The remaining 1% of Earth's freshwater is found underground, 0.6% of all water, 30% of all freshwater. On the surface, 0.009% of all water, 0.3% of the freshwater, and in other forms like soil moisture and water vapor in the atmosphere. Surprisingly, of Earth's surface water, most of it, about 85%, is found in lakes. All those giant rivers like the Nile, the Amazon, and the Mississippi only make up about 2% of Earth's surface water. It's important to remember that even though less than 1% of all Earth's water is available to us as liquid freshwater, the total amount of water on Earth is more than 320 million trillion gallons. So while 1% doesn't sound like a lot, 1% of such a large number is still a pretty large number. We use water for many purposes, such as for cleaning, drinking, agricultural irrigation, and generating electricity from hydroelectric power. There are many sources for this water, but they generally fall into two main categories: groundwater, which is water below the surface of the ground, and surface water, which is water above ground. Groundwater can be found just below the soil, or it may be found in an aquifer. An aquifer is an underground water reservoir made of permeable rock. These are like large spongy areas, and they can hold water for many, many years. Aquifers don't fill very quickly, and they can take a really long time to recharge. Surface waters are what most people are familiar with: streams and rivers. These are very dynamic systems that can move a lot of water and transport sediment and nutrients downstream. With all of the activities we use water for every day, we end up consuming a lot of water. Think about how much water you use on a daily basis, and then multiply that by the more than 7 billion people on the planet. That's a lot of water. As mentioned before, some of our water comes from groundwater in aquifers. Aquifers are found all over Earth, and the water in them is removed through wells. The water from aquifers is an important supply for agricultural irrigation, drinking water, municipalities, and commercial and industrial uses. As you now know, aquifers take a very, very long time to recharge. Aquifer depletion is when more water is pumped from the aquifer than is allowed to recharge, and this can cause serious problems in the landscape. If too much groundwater is pumped from the aquifer, the land may subside. This is when gravity pulls the land down into the space that the groundwater previously occupied. Land subsidence may create dangerous sinkholes, which are cavities in the ground that are funnel-shaped and open to the sky. Subsidence is also responsible for the Leaning Tower of Pisa, which was built on unstable ground that compacted from extreme groundwater pumping, causing the tower to sink and tilt. Other issues that may arise from aquifer depletion include less water reaching streams, rivers, and lakes, dried up wells, a lowered water table, and salt water entering the groundwater supply. Just like aquifers, surface waters also provide a necessary source of drinking water, crop irrigation, and energy. And, just like aquifers, streams, lakes, and rivers can also be overdrawn. Water in the Colorado River has been diverted and withdrawn for human needs for many decades. Because of the redirection and depletion of this water supply, it no longer reaches the Gulf of California, though it used to be a strong and steady supply of water, sediment, and nutrients to this area. Similarly, the Rio Grande, the Nile, and the Yellow River in China all run dry in areas that used to be flush with fresh water. The Aral Sea in Central Asia is one of the most extreme examples of overdrawing surface water. What used to be the fourth largest lake on Earth is now only 1/5 of its original volume, a change that happened over only 40 years. The cause of this depletion was massive withdrawal for irrigation. What remains of the Aral Sea is a hostile environment of stranded boats, dust contaminated with pesticides, and an economic disaster from the loss of agriculture and fishing jobs. These examples all highlight issues that humans face when surface waters are overdrawn. But the ecosystems these aquatic areas support are also gravely affected. Plants and animals that inhabit surface waters and the areas around them depend on a specific supply of water. They are uniquely adapted to their environmental conditions, and when these conditions change so drastically and so quickly, species may be forced to relocate due to habitat loss or may simply go extinct. Irrigation is a process that not only removes large amounts of water from both below and above ground, but it also adds dissolved salt back into the soils, which leads to the salinization of these soils. The water used for irrigation isn't very salty itself. The concentration is actually pretty low. What happens is that the land is irrigated and much of the water evaporates as it reaches the ground. This leaves the salts behind on the ground, salinizing the soil. The application of fertilizers to crops adds even more salt to the soil, exacerbating the problem. Salinized soils are a problem because the excess salts prevent plants from taking up water. This not only affects native plants, but also the agricultural crops that are being grown, which greatly reduces crop yield. Salty soils also affect the ecosystem overall because they alter the natural conditions the plants and animals are adapted to. The excess salts may also run off into surface waters or leach into groundwater supplies, which causes salinization and contamination of those water supplies. We use water every day for a variety of purposes, and we get it from groundwater, which is below the soil, and surface water, which is above ground. Groundwater may be found in aquifers, which are water reservoirs that are like giant rock sponges underground. Aquifers take a long time to recharge, and the depletion of these water sources causes changes in the landscape such as subsidence and sinkholes. Surface waters can also be overdrawn. The excess removal of surface waters causes streams, lakes, and rivers to dry up or fall short of where they used to reach. This has been seen all over the world, such as with the Colorado River and the Aral Sea, where not only are water supplies drastically lower, but ecosystems are also dramatically and negatively altered. Much of the water we use from both ground and surface water is for irrigation. Irrigation not only depletes water supplies, but also creates salinized soils, which are soils that contain excessive amounts of dissolved salts. Irrigation water evaporates and leaves behind these excess salts, which prevents plants from taking up the water and changes the environmental conditions of the soil. When you turn on a garden hose, it doesn't take long for the water to come out. This is because water is fluid and mobile. It likes to move. Water isn't fond of staying in one place. Even if it seems to be motionless, there's a lot going on behind the scenes that you can't see. Some of the surface water is evaporating into the air. Some of the water at the very bottom is seeping into the ground below. And even the water you do see is constantly moving ever so slightly. As difficult as it is to prevent water from moving, it's a top priority in the United States for several reasons. One of the most important reasons is flood prevention. Flooding is a natural, cyclical process that carries nutrient-rich sediments over large areas, which is beneficial to human agriculture and natural ecosystems. These floodplains not only border beautiful waterways, but also provide a water supply and very fertile soils. These factors have drawn people to riverbanks for hundreds of years, and while flooding can be beneficial, it often destroys homes and livelihoods as well. To prevent flooding, dikes and levees have been constructed. These are raised mounds of earth along riverbanks that hold water behind them. Dikes and levees are usually made of natural materials and build upon the ground that is already present, and the size of the mound depends on the water body behind it. But while dikes and levees are meant to prevent flooding, they may, in fact, add fuel to the fire. The flooding of New Orleans by Hurricane Katrina in 2005 was a result of failed levees. The water had built up so much behind the levees that once they broke, that accumulated water caused a catastrophic flooding event. Water is also stored behind dams, which are obstructions placed along a waterway to stop the flow of water. This creates a reservoir, or a place where water is stored, and prevents the water from continuing downstream. There are several benefits to damming waterways, such as flood prevention and providing a source of water for human consumption and agricultural irrigation. Dam reservoirs also generate hydroelectric power, which is energy generated from the water turning turbine blades as it passes through the dam. Water that is stored in a reservoir can provide a steady, predictable amount of electricity that not only is inexpensive, but also doesn't produce emissions like coal and gas do. Though not a priority for building a water-holding structure, creating water reservoirs does provide new recreational opportunities. Lakes that are created behind dams, dikes, and levees are often popular areas for fishing, boating, and swimming. As with most situations, there are both benefits and drawbacks, and water reservoirs are no exception. As mentioned before, creating structures that prevent the natural flow of water can cause it to build up and release all at once in a dangerous flood. Preventing natural floods can also have a drawback since they transport sediment that is full of nutrients to riverbanks. As you can imagine, if the water is not flowing downstream, the sediment isn't either, and that sediment often builds up behind storage structures and fills reservoirs with too much solid material. When blocked water doesn't flow downstream, other problems can arise. For instance, the ecosystems downstream are adapted to certain conditions, and drastically changing the amount of water that reaches the areas can do irreparable damage. Fish in downstream rivers are adapted to fast-flowing water and can't survive the slow-moving water that is now present. Fish that migrate upstream are also affected because dams create barriers along their migration routes. Fish ladders have been constructed at some dams to facilitate fish migration, but many fish are still not able to make it past the structures. Finally, when reservoirs are built, they create a large body of water that was not present before. This requires flooding of areas that were previously not underwater and can displace both human and animal populations who are forced to relocate. Even though some reservoirs provide new recreational opportunities, they also take away existing recreational activities. Fast-flowing rivers provide opportunities for tubing, whitewater rafting, and kayaking, and when the flow of water is changed, these activities are no longer possible. Dams, dikes, and levees are structures built along waterways to prevent the continued flow of water. These structures create reservoirs which store water for use. Reservoirs provide flood prevention, inexpensive and no-emissions hydroelectric power, a water supply for drinking and irrigation, and new recreational opportunities for boaters, fishers, and swimmers. However, reservoirs and the structures that create them also cause damage to ecosystems and human livelihoods. Naturally occurring floods provide nutritious sediments to downstream areas, which supports healthy ecosystems and agriculture. Fish and other organisms depend on certain water flows for migration and survival, and drastically changing this water flow can have detrimental effects on those populations. Recreational opportunities that were once present, such as whitewater rafting, are no longer possible if water flow has been reduced because of water storage. Weighing the benefits and costs of storing water can be difficult, and careful planning is crucial. Factors such as environmental disruption, human health and productivity, and flood risk must all be taken into account when attempting to alter the natural flow of water. Water is always on the move, and while trying to tame it can provide benefits, it may also cause quite a bit of damage as well. Wars have been fought over many things. World War II was a battle to stop the unjust persecution of certain people. The Crusades were fought over religious conflicts, and natural resources also create conflict between and within nations. Oil, diamonds, and timber have caused some of the most horrific and deadly wars within the last century. A majority of these conflicts have occurred because the supply of such resources is finite, yet the human population continues to grow. This means that an ever-increasing number of people on Earth are forced to share the same limited amount of resources. Using resources sustainably means that we use them in such a way that they are not depleted faster than they can regenerate. For water, this means having a constant supply of fresh, clean water for both human consumption and the environment. We all need water to survive, though not everyone has access to clean water. It's believed that as sources of fresh, clean water become scarcer as the population continues to grow, wars may soon be fought over water in the same way that they are currently fought over oil. We use water for a multitude of purposes. Unfortunately, we often use it inefficiently, and this depletes important freshwater sources. There are two ways that we use freshwater. Let's look at each one more closely. Consumptive use is when water is not returned to the source from which it was removed. When water is removed from a source for outdoor usage, much of it evaporates into an unusable form in the air. Sometimes this water returns to the ground as rainwater, but because the clouds that trap this water tend to travel, the water in them will likely fall somewhere other than where it was removed from. Of all the consumptive water use activities, agriculture can be one of the most inefficient and wasteful. Agriculture is considered a consumptive use activity because the water used for irrigation is removed from aquifers, streams, and rivers and is not returned to those sources. Irrigation is important to farmers because it allows them to control where and when crops are watered, but only about 45% of the water used for irrigation is actually taken up by the crops. Additionally, too much irrigation can lead to issues like freshwater pollution and salinization of soils, which is when the soil begins to have a higher salt content than it should. Energy production is another form of consumptive, unsustainable water use, as it takes a lot of water to produce usable oil, natural gas, and nuclear power. Ethanol is now widely produced and used as a source of fuel in the U.S., but growing the corn uses a lot of water. Hydraulic fracturing is the process of releasing natural gas from underground shale rock formations, and large amounts of water are needed in order to break the shale apart. Not only do nuclear power plants use boiling water reactors, they also need vast quantities of water to run through their cooling systems. While these examples illustrate unsustainable consumptive use activities that are somewhat necessary to our everyday lives, other consumptive uses include swimming pools and elaborate water fountains in the desert climate of the southwest U.S., such as Las Vegas. Non-consumptive use of water is when water is either not removed from the source or is only temporarily removed. This type of water use is more sustainable than consumptive use because water is not taken permanently from a source. However, the engineering aspect of non-consumptive use activities may alter ecosystems and human livelihoods. Water running through dams to generate hydroelectric power is an example of non-consumptive use because the water flows through the dam turbines and then it is allowed to continue flowing downstream. Hydroelectric power is often a preferred way to generate electricity because it harnesses the power of water that is already flowing, and it does so without producing emissions like gas and coal. The problem is that damming rivers prevents water from flowing downstream the way it normally would, which prevents that water from reaching the plants, animals, and people who live beyond the dam. Water use in your home is also a non-consumptive use of water. The water that comes through your faucets has been treated so that it's safe to use. Once you use it, it travels to a treatment plant where it's cleaned and put back into streams, lakes, and rivers that it was taken from originally. It takes both money and energy to treat and clean water, so even though this water is recycled, it can still be wasted and used inefficiently. So how can water be used more sustainably? Using water with conservation and efficiency in mind is important to preserving our freshwater supplies. Many strides have been made in the agricultural industry to use water more efficiently. Drip irrigation is one method that can be up to 90% efficient for watering crops. This practice slowly drips water directly onto the soil or plant roots instead of spraying water from above. Drip irrigation reduces both evaporation rates and the total amount of water used. Planting crops that match the local climate is another way to reduce inefficient water usage. Some crops require more water than others, like cotton, rice, and alfalfa. Currently, these crops are being grown in dry areas and therefore require extensive irrigation. If these crops were grown in areas that had a lot of natural rainfall, it would reduce the need for artificial watering and therefore reduce water usage. Households can reduce their water usage through a variety of small but impactful modifications. Low-flow faucets and shower heads reduce the amount of water that comes out of your tap. The water in your toilet is purified the same way your tap water is, so low-flow toilets reduce the amount of clean water that gets sent back to treatment facilities. Front-load washing machines are much more efficient than top-load washers, and automatic dishwashers use far less water than washing dishes by hand. You can reduce your water usage outside your home by watering your lawn at night when evaporation will be minimal. You can also plant native plants instead of a water-intensive lawn to reduce the need to water. Manufacturers are also making changes to how they use water. Many companies have found that by simply fixing leaky pipes, they have reduced their water use costs significantly. Recycling wastewater has also been used to save both water and money. Reclaimed water is water that is used for activities that don't require purified water, such as watering golf courses and irrigation. By recycling and reusing their wastewater, companies reduce both their costs and water usage. We all use water for a variety of purposes and activities. Water use can be classified as consumptive use, which is when water is used and not returned to its source, or non-consumptive use, which is when water is used at the source or only temporarily removed. Water is often used inefficiently for agricultural irrigation because less than half of the water is actually taken up by plants. However, there are more sustainable and efficient farming practices such as drip irrigation and climate-appropriate planting. Water usage in our homes can also be inefficient, but installing low-flow faucets, toilets, and washing machines can reduce our individual water usage. Water-efficient landscaping and watering only at night also reduces water usage outside our homes. Manufacturing companies have found ways to reduce costs and water usage through reclaimed water and by finding and fixing leaks. While water is a renewable resource, it's also a limited resource. With an ever-growing number of people on Earth, we're forced to find ways to use water more efficiently. Using water sustainably means having a supply of fresh, clean water for both human consumption and the environment, not just for now, but for future generations as well. Nothing is quite as refreshing as a glass of water. On a hot summer day, some ice water really does the trick. On a cold winter day, a nice cup of hot tea will take away the chill. Do you drink coffee in the morning? You need water for that too. We take for granted that we have easy access to clean water for drinking, washing dishes, and cleaning our clothes. But water isn't always clean. A body of water, such as a lake, stream, river, pond, ocean, and even the water underground in the soil, can become polluted when it's contaminated by sewage leaks, agricultural runoff, or chemical spills. When water is polluted, it becomes unsafe for human consumption because the water contains dangerous or toxic substances and disease-causing bacteria and organisms. Pollution may be caused by natural sources or human activities, but regardless of the cause, the result is the same. It can have detrimental effects on aquatic ecosystems as well as the health of those who depend on those sources of water, like us. Pollution can be difficult to determine because it's not always visible, so scientists use a variety of techniques and tests to measure water quality and the level of contaminants. Though water pollution may occur from a variety of sources, there are two terms used to describe how the water became polluted. When water is polluted from point sources, this is pollution from a discrete location. This discrete location could be a factory, a sewer pipe, or a runoff from a single farm. The BP oil spill in 2010 is an example of point source pollution because the massive amount of oil leaked from a single point of origin. Water pollution may also be from non-point source pollution, which is when several points of contamination over a large area contribute to the pollution of a water body. For example, one water body may be contaminated by multiple sources like agricultural runoff, city street runoff, construction sites, and residential lawns. The Mississippi River is at great risk for non-point source pollution because it is so large and is exposed to a variety of possible pollution sources. Surface water pollution is the pollution of aquatic systems that are above ground, such as streams, lakes, and rivers. These waters become polluted when rainwater runoff carries pollutants into the water. the pollutants transported by runoff are things like salts and chemicals from city and highway roads and nutrients and fertilizers from farms and lawns. When pollution is caused by nutrients and fertilizers, this is called nutrient pollution, and it leads to an overproduction of algae and other aquatic plants. This overabundance of plants and algae causes problems because they cover the water surface and prevent sunlight from reaching the plants underwater. This then leads to less oxygen production, which causes harm to oxygen-breathing organisms in the water like fish. Surface water may also be polluted with pathogens and waterborne diseases, which is usually the result of sewage leaks and runoff from animal factories. These viruses and bacteria that pollute the water may cause dangerous human health problems such as giardia, typhoid, and hepatitis. Interestingly, one way to monitor for this type of pollution is checking the water for fecal coliform bacteria, which comes from the waste of people and other animals. If the water is contaminated with this type of bacteria, which itself is not harmful to human health, it indicates that other types of bacteria that are very dangerous to humans may also be present because they often come from the same sources. Toxic chemicals may also lead to surface water pollution. These come from pesticides, synthetic chemicals such as petroleum products and other car fluids, and mercury, lead, and arsenic from mining site drainage. These chemicals are very dangerous for the environment as well as for the health of the organisms that inhabit them. The most difficult water pollution to see is groundwater pollution, which is the pollution of water sources below Earth's surface. Like surface water, groundwater can be contaminated from a variety of sources, but because it is below ground, it's more difficult to monitor and control. Many of the sources of groundwater pollution are the same as surface water pollution. Agricultural runoff, toxic chemicals from spills and drainage, and pathogens can all find their way into groundwater. Groundwater may also become contaminated from underground septic tanks and underground oil tanks. Leaky tanks may leach chemicals and waste into the groundwater supply and pollute not only the water, but also the soil underground. When agricultural runoff pollutes surface water, this polluted water can lead to groundwater pollution because surface waters often supply groundwater either directly or indirectly. Additionally, pesticides and fertilizers may pollute groundwater by leaching directly in through the soil. And just like with surface water pollution, animal farms and processing plants are also well known for being sources of dangerous bacteria and other pathogens that pollute groundwater. Military and industrial sites contribute to groundwater pollution because they produce highly toxic and radioactive chemicals for manufacturing and military training and wars. Similar to mining pollution, toxic and radioactive chemicals from military sites can leach into the groundwater and remain for long periods of time. Water is polluted when it becomes contaminated from sources such as runoff, toxic chemicals, and sewage leaks. Pollution may be either point source, which is when the pollution comes from a single source of origin, or it may be non-point source, which is when it comes from multiple sources over a large area. Both surface water and groundwater may become polluted, and often these are from similar sources such as agricultural runoff, toxic chemical leaks, sewage leaks, and an abundance of bacteria and harmful pathogens. Additionally, groundwater may also become polluted directly from underground sewage leaks, leaching of agricultural fertilizers, bacteria from animal farms, and toxic chemicals from military and industrial sites. Water pollution may be difficult to detect because it's not always visible. Scientists monitor water quality through a variety of tests to determine if water is contaminated or not. We all need water, but contaminated water sources can lead to problems in both the environment and our health. When you're thirsty, you go to the sink and fill up a glass of water. In the United States, we often take this luxury for granted because most of us have access to clean drinking water. But where does that water come from, and how is it purified so that you can drink it without getting sick? Potable water is water that is safe for drinking. You may be surprised to learn that we actually use purified potable water for everything: cooking, laundry, and flushing our toilets. We get this water from natural sources such as groundwater, rivers, and lakes, and then take a number of steps to make it safe for use. First, the water is mixed with minerals like aluminum sulfate that create large, gel-like clumps in the water. These clumps act like sheepdogs herding cattle as they round up the bacteria and dirt particles in the water, eventually settling to the bottom. After all the large particles have been separated, the water can then be filtered through sand and gravel, which separates it from any remaining clumps that may not have settled to the bottom. Many water treatment facilities also aerate the water to improve its odor and flavor. Aeration is the process of circulating air through the water, which removes strong-smelling sulfur compounds, and sulfur smells like rotten egg. The addition of dissolved air into the water also gives the water a nice taste, otherwise it tastes a bit flat. After water has been filtered and aerated, it's then disinfected to kill any pathogens such as bacteria and viruses that remain after filtration. Chlorine gas and ozone are the two most commonly used disinfectants. Once we have used potable water, it becomes wastewater. Any water that has been used by people in some way ends up as wastewater, and this includes the water that runs down your sink after doing dishes, taking a shower, washing your car, and stormwater runoff. Natural systems aren't able to adequately process the large amount of wastewater we produce, so some wastewater treatments have been developed to clean the water before it goes back into the environment. Depending on where you live in the U.S., your wastewater treatment may be different. For example, if you live in a rural area, you likely use a septic system which directs wastewater from the house into an underground septic tank where the waste can separate from the water. The water that separates then travels downhill to a drain field where any remaining pollutants can be decomposed by microbes. The solid waste that is left behind in the tank is removed from the tank and then taken to the landfill. If you live in the city, your wastewater is treated in a central location after it's carried away through the sewer system. There are 3 steps to treating municipal wastewater that involve physical, chemical, and biological techniques. First is primary treatment, which is when the water flows through settling tanks or clarifiers and the contaminants are physically removed. Lighter material like grease and oil settle at the top, and the heavier sludge settles at the bottom. This process removes about 60% of suspended solids from the wastewater that comes through. After the primary treatment, the water goes through secondary treatment, which is when wastewater is aerated, allowing bacteria to break down organic pollutants. This process is highly effective as it removes about 90% of suspended solids from the water. In the final stage, tertiary treatment, wastewater is disinfected with chlorine or ultraviolet light before being released back into the environment. Once water has been disinfected, it's usually piped back into rivers, lakes, and oceans, but sometimes it may be reclaimed, which is when it is reused for purposes that don't require purified water, such as watering golf courses, agricultural irrigation, and even some of those grand water fountain displays in Las Vegas. Developed countries like the U.S. can provide clean drinking water to most of their citizens because they have the technology and infrastructure to do so. However, in developing nations, this is not the case since there are far fewer water treatment facilities, if any. In order to have safe drinking water, many people in developing countries have to boil their water to disinfect it. And while this may sound like an easy alternative, finding fuel for boiling water can be time-consuming and laborious. Water itself may not even be nearby, and in many countries, families will spend entire days walking to a water source and then carrying it home for disinfection. In response to this crisis, some companies and manufacturers have developed affordable, easy-to-use disinfectant systems for those who lack access to clean water. These systems don't require any fuel other than sunlight, and they can be used in remote locations. Over 400 people in the world die every hour because of the unavailability of fuel and clean drinking water. These people die from preventable diseases they get from the pathogens in unclean water. In addition to pathogens, untreated water may contain toxic chemicals that get into the water supply. In Bangladesh, very deep wells are made to avoid contaminants found close to the surface. However, the wells are so deep that they collect water that is very highly contaminated with arsenic. We all need clean water that is safe for drinking, otherwise known as potable water. In the U.S., we take for granted that this is provided for us. However, in many developing countries, this is not the case. A lack of clean drinking water kills hundreds of people each day and may force people to walk great distances for water as well as for fuel for disinfecting it. We are also fortunate that our wastewater is treated for us, either through septic systems in rural areas, which separates waste from water in septic tanks, or through primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment in urban areas. You may have even noticed that the municipal process for treating wastewater is quite similar to purifying drinking water. For each process, it's important to first remove large particles, aerate the water, and then disinfect it. Though the final destination may seem different, it's important to treat wastewater as thoroughly as possible because we really are using the same water over and over again. Treated wastewater ends up in streams, lakes, and rivers, and this is where we get our drinking water from. So you can see that since we are recycling the same water over and over again on Earth, thorough treatment is a necessary process. Try to go one day without using water for anything other than drinking, and you'd have a pretty difficult time. We use water for so many things: washing dishes, doing laundry, cooking, drinking, watering houseplants, washing our cars, flushing the toilet, brushing your teeth. It all adds up pretty quickly. If you then add up the water used for all of your friends and family, the consumption becomes even larger. Add that up for all the people in the U.S., well, you get the idea. So with an ever-growing number of people using a finite supply of water, how do we ensure that it stays clean? In 1970, the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, was created with environmental issues like this in mind. The EPA was designed with the idea that environmental problems are all interrelated and that an integrated approach to environmental policymaking was needed. They were charged with conducting research, monitoring environmental quality, setting standards for pollution levels, enforcing these standards, and educating the public. Much legislation has come from the EPA since it was created, and we'll discuss two of those laws here. By far, one of the most important laws that has come from the EPA is the Clean Water Act of 1972. This law made it illegal to discharge pollution from a point source without a permit, set new standards for industrial wastewater and contamination levels, and provided funding for sewage treatment plant construction. It also requires wastewater that ends up in rivers, lakes, streams, and oceans be treated to remove toxins and bacteria. This law is the primary law that regulates water pollution in America. The Clean Water Act is essentially a modified and expanded version of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act of 1948, which was the first major law that dealt with U.S. water pollution issues. The Clean Water Act was revolutionary because it directly addressed the issue of point source pollution, which is pollution from a discrete location such as industrial waste, agricultural runoff, and sewage pipes. The Act set forth a new national permitting system for such sources of pollution, which standardized not only the rules regarding pollution, but also the enforcement of those rules. So how bad was pollution before the Clean Water Act? During the 1950s and 60s, pollution was rampant in the Cuyahoga River in Ohio. Oil and industrial waste had been entering the river without regulation, and not only had created unsafe drinking water for local residents, but it actually caught fire several times. This disaster was instrumental in inciting the public to push for new and better water pollution legislation. Another critical piece of legislation was the Safe Drinking Water Act of 1974. This law set new standards for protecting groundwater and for the safety of the public drinking water supply. It's the primary law that ensures safe drinking water in America. One of the main differences between this act and the Clean Water Act is that it addresses groundwater. The Clean Water Act does not. Originally, the Safe Drinking Water Act was mainly concerned with treating water that came out of taps and into homes. However, an amendment was passed in 1996 that added additional focus on protecting water at the source. This amendment gave the law a more integrated, holistic approach. The Safe Drinking Water Act applies to every public water system in the country, so this doesn't include private wells. This means that it not only applies to you, but everyone before and after you since 1974 that has used water from a public source. It requires minimum safety standards for all of these public water systems and regulates pollutants such as bacteria, nitrates, lead, mercury, and pesticides, which can all lead to harmful effects on both people and the environment. Disastrous situations like the Cuyahoga River fires inspired the public to push for stronger, better water quality legislation. Through this public urging, the government created the Environmental Protection Agency, which addresses environmental concerns as interrelated issues and aims to create environmental policy through an integrated approach. It is hard to imagine that only a few decades ago anything that went down your drain was not required to be cleaned before going back into the drinking water supply. Today, the Clean Water Act regulates water pollution in the U.S. by making it illegal to discharge pollution from a point source without a permit, setting new standards for industrial wastewater and contamination levels, and providing funding for sewage treatment. While the Clean Water Act addresses pollution that goes into the water, the Safe Drinking Water Act ensures clean drinking water in the U.S. by setting standards for protecting groundwater and for the safety of the public drinking water supply. The Safe Drinking Water Act applies to all public systems in the U.S. and regulates contaminants at both the source and the tap. So the next time you turn on your faucet for a drink of water, to wash your dishes, or to brush your teeth, be thankful that the Clean Water and Safe Drinking Water Acts provide clean, fresh water for you to do so. Being sick is pretty lousy, isn't it? If you know someone who has a cold, you tend to steer clear of them because you don't want to catch their germs. Every time that person coughs or sneezes, their germs get put into the air and are then free to travel to the next person. Can you imagine trying to contain something like that in the air? It would be pretty difficult because not only are the germs invisible, but they expand outward as they enter the air. We don't think of germs as air pollution, but it really is the same idea. Air pollutants are gases and particles in the atmosphere that harm organisms and affect climate. Air pollution, then, is the release of these particles and gases into the air. For the previous example, the germs would be the pollutants, but the air wouldn't be polluted until those germs are sneezed out. When you think of air pollution, you likely think of human activities like coal-burning plants and emissions from cars, planes, and boats. But air pollution also comes from natural sources. Volcanoes are a great example of a natural pollution source. They produce large amounts of particles and gases, and the eruptions send them up into the atmosphere. Forest fires are a natural process that also produces large amounts of potentially harmful gas and particulate matter. No matter the source, there are two ways pollution can enter the air. Point source pollution is when the air pollutants come from a single source of origin, such as smokestacks at a single factory. Non-point source pollution is when the air pollutants come from many sources, such as all of the cars in the U.S. Just like not all sources of pollution are the same, pollutants also vary in their effects. Primary pollutants are those that cause direct harm or that can react to form harmful substances in the atmosphere. Secondary pollutants are those harmful substances that are created from the reactions between primary pollutants and the components of the atmosphere. In another lesson, we learned about the Clean Air Act of 1970, which set limits on emissions and standards for air quality, provided funding for pollution control research, and made it possible for citizens to sue those who violate the standards. The standards set forth in this legislation by the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, identified 6 pollutants as those that pose the greatest threat to human health. Let's look at each one. Carbon monoxide is both odorless and colorless, and it's produced through combustion. Most carbon monoxide emissions come from vehicles, so about 62%, but they also come from forest fires, lawn equipment, and the burning of industrial waste. This pollutant is dangerous to human health because even in very small concentrations, it can prevent oxygen from being delivered through your body to major organs. At higher levels, it can cause death. Sulfur dioxide is also a colorless gas, and it's highly reactive. About 70% of sulfur dioxide emissions come from combustion at industrial power plants, like those that generate electricity from coal. Sulfur in the coal reacts with atmospheric oxygen in the air and forms the compound sulfur dioxide. Once in the air, it may react further to create sulfuric acid, which can fall back to Earth as acid rain. Sulfur dioxide can also cause respiratory illnesses when it's breathed in. Nitrogen oxides are a family of gases that are also very reactive, but you can definitely see and smell these. Both nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxide are in this family, and these are the gases that contribute to that smog you see over large cities like Los Angeles. More than half of these pollutants come from vehicle combustion emissions, with a large amount also coming from industrial combustion. Nitrogen oxides also cause respiratory illnesses. Ozone is a tricky one because when it's in the stratosphere layer of the atmosphere, it protects us from harmful UV radiation. However, when ozone is lower in the atmosphere, it becomes dangerous to our health because it causes respiratory illnesses and damages ecosystems. Ozone is a secondary pollutant because it reacts from a combustion of sunlight, heat, nitrogen oxides, and volatile carbon-containing compounds. Particulate matter is just what it sounds like, particles suspended in the air. This can be both liquids and solids, and about 60% of particulate matter pollution is wind-blown dust. The problem is that particulate matter can also be some of those harmful pollutants previously described, as well as toxic chemicals and metals. Finally, we have lead, and this is a naturally occurring heavy metal that gets into the air as a particle. Lead used to be added to gasoline because it greatly improved engine performance. However, once it was emitted into the air, it may be inhaled or deposited on land, and if ingested by animals, it accumulates in the body and can cause central nervous system malfunction and mental retardation. Because of this, lead was removed from gasoline, and you can see this next time you visit the pump and fill up with unleaded fuel. Air pollution is the release of air pollutants into the atmosphere. Those pollutants may be gases or particulate matter and can come from a variety of sources. The two types of pollution sources, point source and non-point source, describe how the pollutants enter the air, either from a single source or from many different sources. Air pollutants may be primary pollutants, which are directly harmful, or they may be secondary pollutants, which form from the reactions of primary pollutants and components in the atmosphere. The Clean Air Act of 1970 was legislation that set new standards for air quality, imposed new limits on emissions, funded pollution control research, and gave people the ability to sue those who violated the standards. The EPA identified 6 major types of air pollutants deemed especially harmful to human health. These are carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, ozone, particulate matter, and lead. Since the Clean Air Act of 1970 and the identification of these pollutants, air pollution has decreased markedly. However, air pollution is still an issue, and many people in both developed and developing nations live in areas where these harmful pollutants continue to be a source of health issue and environmental problems.
The word acid has a pretty nasty sound to it, and when you hear it, you probably picture an image like this one. An acid is something with a pH lower than 7. To put this number in perspective, water is a 7 on the pH scale, and this is considered neutral. Acids come in all forms, and while some are harmful, others are not. You certainly don't want to mess with hydrochloric acid because this is a 1.1 on the pH scale and will do some serious damage. However, orange juice is also an acid, around 3.3, as well as vinegar, around 2.3, but you can safely ingest small amounts of this, and should if you want a really tasty salad dressing. When you think of acids, you may also think of acid rain, which is a serious environmental problem. But acid rain is just one of the ways that acidic pollutants in the air do harm on Earth's surface. Acid deposition is when acidic or acid-forming pollutants in the atmosphere deposit on the surface of Earth, and this can occur from any precipitation such as rain, snow, or sleet, but also from fog, gases, and dry particles. In another lesson, we learned about different types of pollutants and how they get into the air, and one of the major sources of pollutants is the burning of fossil fuels from car emissions and energy-producing plants. The types of pollutants that cause acid deposition are primary pollutants because once in the atmosphere, they react to form harmful substances. The substances that are formed from primary pollutants are called secondary pollutants. So this is how it works. Two major culprits of acid deposition, sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides, which, as mentioned before, come from cars, electric utility plants, and industrial facilities, get emitted into the air. Once there, they react with water and oxygen, which, luckily for those of us who breathe air, are both quite abundant, and produce sulfuric acid and nitric acid. These compounds have a very low pH and are therefore very acidic. Once these compounds are formed, they can hang out in the atmosphere for really long periods of time, sometimes days or weeks. Sometimes they linger in the air but take a trip, traveling more than 1,000 miles. When they do come back to Earth, they can come down in many forms: rain, snow, fog, and even as dry dust particles. When acid deposition does decide to come back to the surface of Earth, it can have some serious effects on the environment. Acid deposition may alter the chemistry of soil by leaching minerals, which in turn affects the plants and animals adapted to specific soil conditions. Changing the pH of soil can also create problems for plants because it may prevent them from taking up water and nutrients altogether. Acid deposition can be so detrimental and widespread that it may affect entire forests, such as the Adirondacks in New York. This area has suffered greatly due to leaching of soil cations, which are ions that help counteract the acid deposition, leached nutrients from tree leaves and needles, increased sulfur and nitrogen in soils, and loss of animal biodiversity. Acid deposition can have negative effects on freshwater ecosystems because acidic runoff enters the water and alters the pH. Fish and other animals die when water becomes too acidic, and there are places all over the world where water bodies are now too acidic to support the natural plants and animals. One such place is the New Jersey Pine Barrens. It's estimated that more than 90% of the streams in this forest are acidic due to acid deposition. Also in the northeastern U.S. is Little Echo Pond, which has a pH of 4.2 due to acid deposition. When water becomes this acidic, fish and other animals take up the acid, causing contamination into their tissues. This is not only harmful to the animals, but also leads to human health issues because the people who eat them then take those contaminants up in their tissues as well. Marine ecosystems are also damaged by acid deposition. Remember how far acidic pollutants can travel in the atmosphere? Pollutants emitted over land can certainly travel and deposit over the oceans, which changes the pH in the same way that it changes freshwater pH. Additionally, freshwater streams are what feed into the oceans, so if the source water is very acidic, you can bet that this problem gets carried along downstream. In addition to the natural environment, buildings, cars, statues, and other man-made items are also at risk of damage from acid deposition. Ancient structures, such as European cathedrals, are slowly being eaten away by acid deposition. Tombstones and graveyards are easily wiped clean of their writing as the acid particles erode them. Here in the U.S., the famous presidential monuments in Washington, D.C. have experienced billions of dollars worth of damage just from acid deposition. As mentioned before, much of this damage is occurring from acid deposition that was created far, far away. The northeast region of the U.S. feels the effects of acid deposition the strongest because they are downwind of areas with heavy industrial development. So while D.C. is fighting to keep its monuments intact, they are actually battling an issue that stems from power plants in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois. When cars, power plants, and industrial factories emit pollutants like sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides into the air, these compounds react with water and oxygen to form the acidic compounds sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Because they form from reactions of primary pollutants and other atmospheric components, these compounds are called secondary pollutants. Once in the atmosphere, the acidic pollutants can travel thousands of miles, wreaking havoc in places far from where they originated. Once these pollutants deposit back on Earth's surface, this is called acid deposition. Plants, animals, forests, and aquatic systems are all affected by acid deposition, which leaches beneficial nutrients from soils, alters soil and water pH, and creates contaminants that accumulate in animal tissue. Acid deposition may also erode man-made structures such as buildings, cars, and statues. The acid erodes these structures, causing incredibly costly damage. Much of the effects of acid deposition are felt downwind of where the pollutants are produced, and cities may end up footing the bill for pollution that came from neighboring areas, as is the case with the northeastern U.S.
When you think of air pollution, you probably think of things like smog, power plants, and emissions from cars and trucks. Those are all examples of outdoor air pollution, but air indoors can be polluted too. Pollutants are any harmful contaminants in the air. Therefore, indoor air pollution is when pollutants from things such as gases and particles contaminate the air indoors. Indoor air pollution is a very real and dangerous thing because indoor air is far more concentrated with pollutants than outdoor air. It's estimated that 2.2 million deaths each year are due to indoor air pollution compared to 500,000 deaths from outdoor air pollution. There are many sources of indoor air pollution, but they are different for developed and developing nations. We'll first look at developing nations to see how indoor air becomes polluted in these locations. Then we'll explore what causes indoor air pollution in developed countries. Indoor air pollution has a far greater impact on developing countries than it does on developed ones because fuel, such as wood, charcoal, and animal dung, are burned inside homes for cooking and heating. Rarely is there proper ventilation to allow the pollutants to escape, so residents of these homes end up breathing in carbon monoxide and other dangerous contaminants. Indoor air pollutants from indoor fuel burning lead to serious human health problems such as pneumonia, bronchitis, cancer, heart disease, and asthma. And since more than half of the population of developing nations has no other method for cooking and heating, it's not surprising that indoor air pollution from indoor fuel burning kills 1.6 million people each year. Consider this. The average American spends about 90% of their lives indoors. Put this what you now know about how polluted indoor air can be, and that creates a dangerous situation. For a developed nation such as the U.S., the two most dangerous indoor air pollutants are tobacco smoke and radon. Even if you are not a smoker, secondhand smoke can cause many of the same health problems as directly inhaling from cigarettes, things like lung cancer, emphysema, asthma, and heart disease. Even if inhaling secondhand, you are still taking in over 4,000 chemicals, a large number of which are carcinogens or cancer-causing chemicals. Radon gas is also harmful indoors, and it is the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. Tobacco smoke is the first. Radon gas is a radioactive gas that comes from the natural breakdown of uranium in soil, rock, and water. When the uranium breaks down, the radon gas seeps up and can get into buildings. Radon is especially dangerous because it is both colorless and odorless, which makes it impossible to detect without special testing equipment. In addition to tobacco and radon, volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, create a variety of pollutants in indoor air. VOCs are carbon-containing compounds that are released by pretty much anything you can imagine. Perfume, paint, plastic, household cleaners, adhesives, furniture, carpet, paper. Even that nice new car smell is really just the smell of toxic chemicals being released. The good thing about VOCs is that while we really are surrounded by them, their release into the air is pretty minimal. The problem, though, is that when they are indoors, they tend to be found in higher concentrations than if these small amounts were released into open space. Living things can also create indoor air pollution. Things like dust mites, pet dander, mold, mildew, and airborne bacteria are all living creatures that cause human health problems by polluting indoor air. Their effects may be as benign as triggering allergies, or may be as dangerous as causing infectious diseases.
Sometimes indoor air pollution causes health issues, but the source of the pollution is unknown. When this happens, it's called sick building syndrome. Sick building syndrome is tricky because people display health problems that are attributed to spending time in the building, but the exact cause of the illness, or the illness itself, isn't identifiable. Hands down, the best way to reduce indoor air pollution in both developing and developed countries is to provide adequate ventilation. If air pollutants are allowed to escape indoor settings, this will greatly reduce people inhaling and becoming sick from them. In the developing world, drying wood before burning it markedly reduces the amount of smoke produced, and cooking outside reduces the smoke that is produced in the home. More and more states in the U.S. are going smoke-free in public places to reduce the harmful effects of tobacco smoke. Testing your home for radon will alert you if you have too much of this harmful but invisible gas in your house. People in developed nations can also prevent indoor air pollution by reducing the use of plastics, treated products such as wood furniture, pesticides, and harsh cleaners. Keeping a clean house will also reduce mildew buildup and those pesky dust bunnies. Indoor air pollution is when pollutants contaminate air indoors and is a very dangerous problem, claiming more than 2 million lives each year. In developing countries, 1.6 million people die each year from indoor fuel burning, which is the leading source of air pollution in these areas. Fuel burning pollution causes health problems such as cancer, asthma, and heart disease, and these deaths can be prevented by burning dry wood or burning outside. In developed nations, tobacco and radon gas are the two most dangerous sources of air pollution. Tobacco smoke contains over 4,000 chemicals, many of which are carcinogens or cancer-causing chemicals. Radon gas comes from rocks, soils, and water underground and can seep up through buildings. The best way to prevent radon gas poisoning is to test for it. Volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, are carbon-containing compounds and are released into the air by most things you use on a daily basis. VOCs are emitted in small amounts, but when they are released indoors, they pose a risk because they occur in higher concentrations. Reducing use of things like plastics, pesticides, and treated materials, as well as ensuring proper ventilation, are all ways to prevent indoor air pollution from these sources. Living organisms such as dust mites, bacteria, and mold also cause indoor air pollution in developed countries. They may be as harmless as irritating allergies, or they may transmit infectious diseases. In addition to proper ventilation, keeping a clean house is the best way to prevent buildups of these pollutants. Sometimes it's not possible to identify the source of indoor air pollution, but it is clear that people are getting sick from being inside a building. When this happens, it's called sick building syndrome, and the best way to prevent this is to ensure proper ventilation and by using low toxicity building materials. Soil is a mixture of mineral and organic material that covers Earth's surface. It is very complex, takes a very long time to form, and is incredibly important to sustaining life on Earth since soil is where decaying material is recycled into usable nutrients. Because soil is so important to both plants and animals, it makes sense that we would want to protect it from erosion, which is when soil is transported and removed by water or wind. Erosion is a natural process, but it is also expedited by human activities such as farming, logging, urbanization, and commercial development. Agriculture causes erosion through excessive plowing, overgrazing land with too much livestock, and removing vegetation such as with clear-cutting. It can also cause erosion because crops use the nutrients in the soil to grow. If you own a pet, you know that your pet requires different food and nutrients than you do. Plants are the same way. Different plants eat different nutrients from the soil. So, if the same crops are grown year after year, specific nutrients may become totally depleted from the soils, which decreases the richness of the soil. And when this happens, soil is more easily washed away by wind and water. Logging increases erosion rates because it removes the roots of trees, which act as anchors and help hold the soil in place. Without these roots, the soil is exposed to wind and water and therefore more easily removed. When areas are urbanized or commercially developed, soil is eroded because the land is stripped of the vegetation and then reconstructed.
Not only is the natural vegetation altered, but new drainage and sewage flows are created, and paved roads create impervious surfaces that funnel water, one of the major erosion factors. So now that we know what causes soil erosion, let's examine what effects this erosion may have. You know that soil erosion means that the land is being removed. This creates problems because much of the land is agricultural land, which is what we need for growing crops. Land that people live on is also being eroded, which creates some pretty dangerous situations. Landslides are very common in areas that have been logged because the land is so drastically altered that even something as small as a thunderstorm can wash incredible amounts of land downhill. Soil erosion also creates water pollution. The sediments that are being carried away often end up in streams, rivers, lakes, and oceans. These sediments carry with them all of the fertilizers, pesticides, leaked car fluids, and other toxins present, and then transport them into the aquatic systems. This not only creates unsafe drinking water for humans, but also creates unlivable environments for the fish, mammals, reptiles, and other organisms that call these places home. In much the same way that water becomes polluted, air can also become polluted from soil erosion. Instead of the polluted particles being carried off into rivers and streams, they're carried off into the air that we breathe. They may also end up in the water at some point if those particles get taken up into rain and snow clouds, which then drop them back to Earth and into aquatic systems. As you can see, soil erosion is a dangerous problem, but there are many ways to prevent it. Let's look at a few of them. Farmers may use land use methods that allow them to grow crops while minimizing the loss of soil. Do you remember when I said that planting the same crop year after year depletes the ground of nutrients? Well, crop rotation is the practice of planting different crops each year to reduce nutrient depletion. Different crops use different soil nutrients, and by changing crops from time to time, the soil has a chance to recharge its nutrient load. Farmers may also use contour farming, which is plowing and planting along the land's natural contours. Think of this like a long road winding down a mountainside. Instead of the road going straight down, which would be a pretty quick trip down, the road winds along the natural contours of the mountain. When water is forced to travel this way, it slows down much like you slow down your car as you navigate these twists and turns. This gives the water time to seep back into the soil, which helps keep both the soil and its nutrients in place. Similar to contour farming is terracing, which creates a series of platforms along a sloping edge to prevent runoff. Again, think of yourself going down a steep slope, but this time you have the option of a steep ramp or some stairs. Going down the stairs will be a slower trip because instead of a straight path down, you have to take each step carefully. Water does the same thing with this type of agricultural design. Windbreaks are often used in agriculture to prevent soil erosion and are just what they sound like, areas that reduce wind exposure to crops. Much like a nice jacket prevents you from strong winds, the tall trees that are planted on the windward side of crops act as windbreaks around farm fields. Another method farmers may decide to use is no-till farming, which is when crops are replanted without tilling the ground and therefore without disturbing the lower soil layers. A major benefit of this practice is that nutrients from the previous year's crops are able to break down and return to the soil, reducing both erosion and the need for fertilizer. Besides shaping the land to slow wind and water, planting vegetation is one of the best ways to prevent soil erosion. Plants create a matrix of twists and turns underground that soil has to find its way through if it wants to move. Without these obstacles, soil moves much more easily with wind and water. Plants also act like giant umbrellas, protecting soil from wind and water coming from above. Instead of being able to crash straight down onto the ground, rainwater and winds get slowed by all of the leaves and branches above the soil. While erosion prevention is important, soil conservation goes beyond just keeping soil in place. Soils need to be healthy and balanced with the right amount of nutrients. Let's now look at some conservation methods for maintaining soil health. Organisms within soil are a main factor in soil health. Small organisms like worms, bacteria, and fungi help break down decaying material and turn it back into healthy, nutrient-rich soil. This is nature's way of tilling soil, which feeds the plants and animals above ground. Soil pH also needs to be monitored and maintained. pH is the measure of how acidic or alkaline a soil is. Soil pH influences how well plants can grow because plants and soil organisms need a specific soil pH to survive and be productive. Soils that are too acidic or alkaline may cause plants and animals to die. Salinity is the amount of salt in the soil, and this also needs to be maintained for healthy soils. While some plants are adapted to very salty soils, most are not. When soils are too salty, plants die, which then increases erosion because of the loss of vegetation. Soil erosion is when soil is removed and transported by water or wind. Though this is a natural process, it is also influenced by improper land use. Soil erosion leads to dangerous situations, such as loss of land for food and homes, landslides, and water pollution. However, erosion can be prevented through proper land use and farming practices such as contour farming, terracing, windbreaks, and planting vegetation. Maintaining healthy soils is also important, and this can be achieved by monitoring soil organisms, soil pH, and soil salinity. Soil is important to all of us because it provides a home for plants, animals, and other organisms that we depend on for survival. From the plants and animals, we get food, clothing, shelter, and a variety of other things. Soil conservation is therefore something we should all be aware of and take an active role in.
Have you ever eaten fish or shellfish? If so, do you have any idea where it came from? Most of us assume our seafood comes from the ocean. But in fact, 1/3 of all seafood consumed worldwide does not come from natural ecosystems. Aquaculture is the practice of growing aquatic species in pens or nets. Most aquaculture includes the use of ponds, holding tanks, or nets that float in open water. Species are grown in these controlled environments and harvested for sale. Although aquaculture is also known as fish farming, this technique is actually used to grow over 220 different species of freshwater and marine organisms. While around half of aquaculture facilities are dedicated to growing fish, others grow and harvest mollusks, such as clams and mussels, crustaceans, such as crabs and shrimp, and aquatic plants. Aquaculture was established mainly to help reduce the pressure on natural fish populations. In 2012, the United Nations estimated that 70% of marine fisheries worldwide were in danger due to overharvesting, which is when a renewable natural resource is being used at a rate that is not sustainable. For marine species, this means that they are being harvested so rapidly that the populations do not have enough time to reproduce and maintain a healthy population size. Aquaculture was created in an attempt to find an alternative to traditional fishing that would be efficient and help preserve natural populations. In addition to reducing pressure on natural fish populations, aquaculture was also created for economic reasons. The process of growing and harvesting fish and other aquatic species in enclosures is very profitable. Fish farmers are able to produce a high yield of organisms in a small area. This results in very efficient production and high profits. Aquaculture also requires less fuel and equipment, such as boats, which also makes it more profitable than traditional farming. Although there are many advantages to aquaculture, it has become evident over time that aquaculture causes harm to the environment in a variety of ways. One large problem with aquaculture is that organisms are grown in large numbers in small areas. This concentrated setting can cause some major problems that influence the environment. First, the setting results in a large amount of uneaten food and bodily waste being released into the environment. This unnatural increase in nutrients often results in the creation of algal blooms, which can negatively impact native species by reducing the amount of oxygen available in the water.
The concentrated setting of aquaculture also increases the risk of diseases. In many cases, organisms raised in aquaculture settings are given antibiotics to combat these diseases. As a result of aquaculture, there is increased risk of spreading diseases to natural populations and increased risk of pollution from medications used to combat diseases. Although aquaculture was originally created to help reduce stress on natural fish populations, in some cases it has increased the pressure on natural fish populations. Some farm species of fish are fed a fish meal made from wild-caught fish such as herring and anchovies. This requires the harvesting of large quantities of herring and anchovies in order to feed the farmed fish, which puts a great deal of pressure on these natural fish populations. Aquaculture also influences the environment around it by increasing the risk of invasive species. Many aquatic organisms are farmed in non-native areas. If they escape into the ecosystem, they would be considered an invasive species. They could spread disease to native species and even outcompete native species for food and habitat. Now, let's review aquaculture and how it impacts the environment. Aquaculture is the practice of growing aquatic species in pens or nets. This technique is also known as fish farming, even though aquaculture includes the growth and harvest of mollusks, crustaceans, and aquatic plants, in addition to fish. Aquaculture was established to combat overharvesting, which is when a renewable, natural resource is being used at a rate that is not sustainable. People started farming aquatic organisms in hope that it would reduce the pressure on natural populations. Aquaculture was also started because it is very efficient and profitable. Although there are many benefits to farming fish, there are also many negative impacts on the environment. Aquaculture results in a large amount of uneaten food and bodily waste being released into the environment, which can cause harm to the ecosystem. Aquaculture results in an increased risk of spreading diseases to natural populations and increased risk of pollution from medications used to combat diseases in captive populations. There is also an increased risk of invasive species if farmed organisms escape into the natural environment. Some farmed fish are fed fish meal made from native species, which can increase the pressure on natural fish populations. Even though aquaculture was originally established to help protect natural aquatic populations, it has caused a great deal of harm. In order to protect natural populations and still provide food for humans, more sustainable methods of fishing need to be established before it is too late.
Can you name some minerals off the top of your head? You likely came up with things like gold, silver, copper. These are all correct, but there are many more minerals on Earth, over 4,000 in fact. To understand what makes a mineral, we need to understand the basic requirements that categorize them as well as their properties. In order for something to be a mineral, it must first meet 4 criteria. First, all minerals are solid. So while water may contain minerals, water itself can't be a mineral because it's liquid. Minerals are all naturally formed. This means they can't be manufactured in a lab. Synthetic gems like cubic zirconia are therefore not minerals. All minerals have a unique and specific chemical composition. This is like the DNA of the mineral. It's what makes the mineral different from other minerals. Lastly, all minerals have a crystalline structure. Minerals are some of the most beautiful substances on Earth because they are always arranged in an orderly geometric pattern. Minerals of the same type always have the same geometric arrangement of their atoms. Minerals are classified by their chemical composition and crystal structure. These two features occur on a microscopic level, but we can see them in other ways because they determine a mineral's observable physical properties. In other words, what appears to us on the outside is determined by what's on the inside. The 7 physical properties of minerals are crystal form, hardness, fracture or cleavage, luster, color, streak, and density. Let's see how each one helps identify a mineral. Crystal form is the outward expression of the orderly arrangement of atoms inside the mineral. What you are seeing is the actual arrangement and structure of the atoms in that mineral.
For example, look at some everyday table salt, which is a combination of sodium and chlorine. Normally what you see is a salt cube, but if you were to break this cube down into smaller parts, it would simply break into smaller and smaller cubes because that is how the atoms are arranged. Hardness is how resistant a mineral is to scratching, not how easily it breaks. Hardness depends on the bonds within the mineral, so the stronger the bonds, the harder the mineral. Mineral hardness is measured on the Mohs scale of hardness, which compares the hardness of different minerals. Diamond is considered the hardest mineral, so it's a 10 on the Mohs scale of hardness. Talc has a very weak bonds between its atoms, and so it's a 1 on the Mohs scale of hardness. If it helps, you can think of the hardness of talc in relation to the hardness of your fingernail, which is about a 2.5. Fracture and cleavage describe how a mineral breaks. Some minerals break very nicely along smooth planes, and this is called cleavage. Minerals that break this way do so because their atoms are arranged so that they break apart from each other along these planes. Mica is an example of a mineral that has cleavage. If a mineral fractures, it breaks in uneven ways that are not flat or parallel. Again, these minerals break like this because that's how their atoms are arranged. Luster is how reflective a mineral is. Minerals are usually either classified as having metallic luster, which is very shiny or reflective, or non-metallic luster, which is not shiny and is very dull. Some minerals can be identified by their color, but some minerals such as quartz come in many colors. Streak is often a better way to identify a mineral, which is the color that shows up when a mineral is scraped across an unglazed porcelain plate. However, minerals with non-metallic luster all have a white streak, so this is really only helpful for minerals with a metallic luster. Finally, the density is how tightly packed the material of the mineral is. Minerals that are more dense have more tightly packed atoms than those that are less dense. Minerals are in just about everything. That computer you're using is full of them. Do you have any jewelry? All of those stones and the gold or silver that they are made of are minerals. The copper wiring in your house, the nails holding your pictures on the wall? Yep, those are all minerals. Precious stones and gemstones are things that you are likely quite familiar with. They are rubies, diamonds, emeralds, and the like. Metals like gold, silver, copper, lead, iron, zinc are extracted from ore, and the process of extracting these minerals is called metallurgy. Minerals are inorganic compounds that are classified by their physical properties. The physical properties of minerals define their unique features such as color, luster, and density. While minerals do have unique properties, they must all be solid, naturally formed, have a unique chemical composition, and have a crystalline structure. Minerals are not evenly distributed across Earth, nor are they shared equally once they have been extracted from the ground. Because so many types of minerals are important in our everyday lives, they are in high demand and can cause conflict between those who can afford them and those who can't.
Have you ever seen these as you've driven down the road? These are wind turbines, and they are incredible machines. They literally turn wind into electrical energy. As wind blows by the turbine, it causes the blade to spin. This turns a mechanism inside, which is attached to a generator, which produces electricity. Because wind is going to blow whether turbines are there to spin their blades or not, wind power is considered a renewable energy resource. This means that the power generated from wind is replenished by the environment over relatively short periods of time. You can harness the power of wind, but you sure can't stop it from blowing. You've seen the modern wind turbines, but did you know that windmills have actually been used for several hundred years? Our modern-looking version is based on a wooden model that was designed in Europe over 800 years ago. These windmills were used to pump water for crop irrigation and grind grain into flour. Even in the U.S., ranchers in drier parts of the country use windmills to pump groundwater up for use as drinking water for their cattle. The first windmill designed specifically for generating electricity was built in the late 1800s in Cleveland, Ohio. Charles Brush designed a turbine that was 50 feet tall with 144 rotors made of wood. However, it took until the 1973 oil embargo for wind power to be funded by governments in North America and Europe, since there was a sudden dire need for an energy alternative to oil. Today, most modern windmills are about 130 to 325 feet tall and have 3 rotors. The taller the windmill, the better. They reach up where wind speeds are faster and turbulence is less. Windmills are not usually seen alone. They like the company of other windmills very much. In fact, most turbines are in large groups known as wind farms. Just like an agricultural farm produces lots of food, a wind farm produces lots of energy from wind. This sounds great so far. Wind blows and turbine blades passively turn, generating electricity. Wind power is beneficial because it is a no-emissions energy source, so it produces no air or water pollution. And once you put up the wind turbine, you really don't have to do much to it, so the operational costs are pretty low too. Wind turbines are also very generous. As with most types of energy, you have to give something to get something. Ethanol uses gasoline to grow and harvest corn. Nuclear power uses large facilities and requires a lot of cooling water. So when we say that an energy source is efficient, we're saying that compared to what you get, you put in very little. Wind energy is very efficient. Turbines produce 23 times as much energy as they consume. To put it in perspective, nuclear energy produces 16 times as much energy as it consumes, coal gives you 11 times as much, and natural gas produces only 5 times as much energy as it consumes. Wind power is also very flexible. While most turbines like to hang out with large groups of their friends on wind farms, some like to hang out with smaller groups, and some even like to fly solo. This means that wind power can be harnessed for large companies, medium-sized cities, or even small farms. Wind power can also be used in exchange for land. Many landowners lease their property for the construction of wind turbines. This not only increases their personal income, but can also provide electricity and increase property tax income for rural communities. Just like everything else, wind power isn't perfect, and there are downsides to using this source of renewable energy. You can turn on a light in your house anytime you like because this is provided by a steady supply from the power company. But since we can't control wind, we can't turn it on and off like a light switch. When there's no wind, there's no electricity being generated. And just like wind can vary from time to time in the same location, it can also vary between places. Some places are just windier than others. Wind turbines have also been shown to be dangerous to flying wildlife like bats and birds. However, the potential danger of the large spinning blades of a turbine is not as great as the danger from cars, power lines, and tall buildings covered in windows. In order for wind turbines to do the best job they can, they need to be out in the open, not hidden away behind trees or other structures. It's also more efficient to have the source of energy close to the people it will be generating that electricity for. But believe it or not, some people oppose wind turbines because they just don't like looking at them. This often elicits the NIMBY scenario, or not in my backyard. If a new wind farm is proposed in an area out of sight, the public tends to support it. However, if it's going to be close to them where they can see it, they don't want it constructed. The harnessing of wind for the generation of electricity is called wind power. Wind power is a renewable energy resource, which literally means that it can be renewed by the environment, and generally this renewal occurs over a short amount of time. Wind power has its roots in Europe many, many years ago. Wooden windmills are the ancestors of today's modern-looking turbines you might see driving down the highway. Windmills and turbines are passive and simple machines. They simply sit and wait for the wind to blow by and do all the work. The wind spins the blades of the turbine, which spins a generator inside the turbine. The generator converts the wind power into electrical energy and does so very efficiently. Like most things, wind power has both positive and negative aspects. Wind power is beneficial because it is a no-emission source of energy, which means that it doesn't pollute air or water. It's also very cost-effective since operational costs after construction are minimal. Wind power is also flexible. It can be generated on a small scale, a large scale, and everything in between. However, wind can't be controlled, so when there is no wind, there's no power. Not everyone can harness the power of wind either, since some places just aren't as windy as others. Wind power may also lead to the death of flying wildlife and cause some people to cringe when they see the ugly turbines. Overall, wind power provides an incredibly efficient form of energy, producing 23 times what it consumes. This is far better than most other common sources of energy, such as nuclear power, coal, and natural gas. Many countries have already seen the benefits of wind power, and the market for this unique source of energy continues to grow as other supplies of global energy decline. Water is pretty powerful stuff. You know this if you have stood in a flowing stream and felt the water rushing past you, or if you've gone whitewater rafting down a raging river. Even mere images of a place like Niagara Falls help you appreciate just how strong moving water is. This is not a new observation, and water has been used to produce different forms of energy for a very long time. When electricity is generated from flowing water, this is called hydroelectric energy, and the prefix hydro refers to water. Hydroelectric energy is considered a renewable energy resource because it's an energy resource that regenerates in a short time period. You can think of this like the hair on your head. If you get a bad haircut that you don't like, you don't have to worry about it too much because it will grow back in a reasonable amount of time. However, if you lose an arm, you certainly can't regenerate that. Your hair is a renewable resource, whereas your arm is a non-renewable resource. Sunlight, wind, and heat generated from the earth are similar types of renewable energy resources. Just like you can't stop water from flowing, you can't stop the sun from shining or the wind from blowing. The resource renews itself as it is used, and unlike things such as minerals and metals, does not occur on Earth in a limited supply. Hydroelectric energy is a very important energy source both nationally and worldwide. About 19% of the world's total electricity production comes from hydroelectric energy, and about 7% of the power in the U.S. When we look at hydroelectric energy for the U.S. in terms of renewable energy sources, so comparing this to things like solar power, wind power, geothermal energy, and biofuels, it makes up 96% of renewable energy electricity production. That means that almost all of our energy production that comes from renewable energy sources comes from water. So how exactly is electricity generated from water? Well, this usually occurs through a hydroelectric dam that is built along a flowing waterway. Think of the water at Niagara. The water flowing over the falls is traveling faster than the water approaching the falls. As water travels downhill, it picks up speed and power. To take advantage of this, dams are constructed along the waterway where there is a large elevation drop. This is exactly why you wouldn't expect to find dams in flat places like Florida, but would expect to find them in the hilly, mountainous regions of the southwest U.S. Like going down a slide at the playground, water is pulled downhill by gravity and picks up speed as it goes. You're moving faster at the bottom of the slide than at the top, right? Inside the dam are turbines that get spun by the moving water, similar to how a pinwheel gets spun by the wind blowing by. The spinning turbine shafts are connected to a generator, and the spinning of the turbines themselves creates electricity inside the generator. The generator is connected to power lines, which transmit the electricity to homes and buildings, just like they do with coal-fired and natural gas power plants. Just like wind blowing past the pinwheel is not affected by the pinwheel itself, water flowing by the turbines is not affected as it passes through the dam. It flows on downstream as if nothing has happened. You can see why this is such a valuable and widely used energy resource all around the world. However, with every source of energy, there are pros and cons. Let's look at the benefits and drawbacks that come with harnessing the amazing power of moving water. As you already know, hydroelectric energy is beneficial because it's a renewable resource. The water is not affected as it flows through the dam and spins the turbines. Water will flow whether there's a dam there or not. This also means that there is minimal pollution, unlike the air and water pollution generated from coal and nuclear power plants. Because water flows along naturally, we also do not have to create any water to run through the dam. Water is provided by nature, and we simply have to sit back and let it do all the work. This also means that maintenance and operational costs are relatively low for the dam itself. One reason that hydroelectric energy is so popular is its reliability. Wind power is great, but if the wind isn't blowing, you don't generate any electricity. Solar power has a similar issue. If the sun isn't shining, you're not generating any electricity from the sunlight. Dams, however, are specifically designed to hold water behind them. This provides a steady, constant flow of energy from the water that runs through it. So instead of depending on rainfall to deliver water, we know that the water will be there waiting to spin those turbines inside the dam. While hydroelectric energy can be a very beneficial renewable resource, there are also drawbacks to using water to generate electricity. While the maintenance costs are low after the dam is built, they're very expensive to construct and require large upfront investments. And you know those reservoirs behind the dam? For the most part, these are a steady, reliable source of water, but they are dependent on water coming from their own sources, such as rain. If it doesn't rain, the reservoir may dry up. It's like having a slow leak in your bathtub. If you sit in there long enough and you don't turn the water back on to refill the tub, eventually you'll be sitting in a dry tub, which doesn't work very well. Dams can have serious impacts on the surrounding environment as well. Think of it this way. There's a busy street that runs through the center of town that seems to move along pretty well. All of a sudden, a large wall gets constructed across the road that reduces it from 4 lanes to 1. Traffic will likely get backed up, and some people will simply not be able to make it to work any longer, and any homes, plants, and animals will be forced to move where the wall was constructed. A dam has the same effect on a river environment. The water is not allowed to flow downstream as it would without the dam, so it backs up, creating the reservoir behind it. The reservoir can only be made by flooding the land behind the dam, so people, plants, and animals are displaced. Since the flow is altered at the dam, the downstream areas get less water than they would normally. This is like our traffic issue, where only so many people can get through the wall to work. If the water can't get to the ecosystems that depend on it, those plants, animals, and people are greatly affected. Fish populations also suffer at dams because many fish migrate through rivers and streams. You might be able to climb over the wall on the road, but fish don't have arms. They get stuck on one side of the dam or the other, or get killed passing through those spinning turbine blades inside. When you think about how amazing and powerful water is, it's not too surprising to think of how useful it can be to us. Humans have long used water as a source of power and energy, and when we use passing water to generate electrical energy, we call this hydroelectric energy. This makes sense because hydro means water, like with hydration and hydrology. A renewable resource, hydroelectric energy is generated when flowing water passes through a dam. The dam has turbines inside, and just like the wind blows the blades of a pinwheel without a passing thought, water spins the turbines without blinking an eye. The turbine shafts spin inside a generator, which produces electricity. This electricity is then carried to homes, businesses, and other locations by power lines coming from the dam. Hydroelectric energy is the most popular type of renewable energy for many reasons. Dams have relatively low maintenance costs, and there is little to no pollution of either the air or water. Since nature is kind enough to provide the water, you don't have to go out and get it. Simply sit back and let the water do all the hard work as it flows through the dam. Hydroelectric energy is also fairly reliable and predictable because as the water builds up behind the dam, it provides a steady, constant supply.
Hydroelectric energy is great, but it's certainly not perfect. Those reservoirs that build up can only do so if they flood the land behind the dam. This means that any people, plants, and animals living there no longer have a place to call home. And while the reservoir provides a steady supply to the dam, the reservoirs have to get filled from somewhere too. If their supplies run low, their reservoir may dry up, which means no electricity gets generated. Dams also impact the surrounding environment because, like putting up a wall across a busy road into town, they drastically alter the natural flow of water heading downstream. Those people, plants, and animals living below the dam all depend on that water flow, and problems arise if it no longer reaches them. Fish are especially affected because they migrate through streams and rivers. They certainly can't get around the dam by climbing it, and if they do pass through it, they risk injury or death from the spinning turbine blades.
Air, water, and food. A mother, insects, or sex. All of these things are critical to the survival of our species. All of these things can also kill us. This lesson will explore some of the many ways by which you can get sick directly or indirectly and spread about something that is causing you to feel sick to others. However, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. The methods of disease transmission we'll cover may get you sick and may even kill you, but you have to realize that these same methods are super critical to the survival of whatever organism it is that you are transmitting. The two overarching ways by which an organism can spread is known as vertically or horizontally. Horizontal disease transmission implies that pathogens are spread to other members of the same or different species through non-hereditary means. For example, the pneumonic plague is spread horizontally when you sneeze and another person inhales the aerosolized bacteria particles expelled during the sneeze itself. However, other pathogens or genetic conditions can be spread by way of vertical disease transmission, which means it is spread from parent to offspring genetically or by way of passing an infection from mother to child. This could happen when contaminated breast milk infects an infant or when a transplacental infection, as with HIV, occurs in the womb. That's why I said in the beginning of this lesson that your mother can, in a way, end up killing you inadvertently. Further still, some other ways by which diseases can be transmitted are more indirect. For example, you could get sick due to a vector-borne disease. A vector is any organism that carries and transmits an infectious agent into another organism. A really famous example of a vector is a mosquito. You can get all sorts of stuff from mosquitoes, from bumps and rashes to malaria and West Nile virus. Vectors aren't limited to mosquitoes, however, as ticks, flies, and even people can be technically considered a vector of disease transmission. If it's alive and it transmits a disease to you, it's a vector. However, if it's not alive and transmits a disease to you, it's known as a fomite. Again, a fomite is a non-living object that transmits disease-causing pathogens. A very well-known example of this is something like a sponge you use to wash your dishes with. It's a great place for pathogens to hide in and spread. Other examples include pencils, handkerchiefs, and so on. Finally, a very specific form of a fomite, known as a vehicle, exists as well. No, this isn't your car. A vehicle in the context of this lesson is a fomite such as food or water. When you eat a vehicle, such as a hamburger that is laced with stomach flu-inducing viruses, you'll know exactly what I mean when you can't get off of your throne. Besides what I already mentioned, there are many more ways to get a disease-causing pathogen. Transmission through direct contact, when you directly touch a human with any part of your body, such as through kissing, holding hands, sex, and so on, can cause you to fall ill. Transmission through indirect contact, when you don't have any direct human-to-human contact, such as through a cough, a vector, or fomite, can get you sick as well. Even iatrogenic transmission, when you get sick due to a medical procedure, such as a blood transfusion contaminated with viruses, can occur. Literally, any way you could possibly think of can be used by a pathogen to get you sick. Unless you live in a bubble, you're never safe. The organisms that you are transmitting may use two main methods of transmission, known as horizontal or vertical. Horizontal disease transmission implies that pathogens are spread to other members of the same or different species through non-hereditary means. For example, the pneumonic plague is spread horizontally when you sneeze, and another person inhales the aerosolized bacteria particles expelled during the sneeze itself. However, other pathogens or genetic conditions can be spread by way of vertical disease transmission, which means it is spread from parent to offspring genetically or by way of passing an infection from mother to child, such as when contaminated breast milk infects an infant or a transplacental infection, as with HIV, occurs in the womb. Besides all of that, vector-borne diseases exist as well. A vector is any organism that carries and transmits an infectious agent into another organism. A really famous example of a vector is a mosquito. However, if it's not alive and transmits a disease to you, it's known as a fomite. Again, a fomite is a non-living object that transmits disease-causing pathogens. A very well-known example of this is something like a sponge you use to wash your dishes with. Finally, a very specific form of a fomite, known as a vehicle, exists as well. No, this isn't your car, remember. A vehicle, in the context of this lesson, is a fomite such as food or water. Those of you who have played some first-person shooter games are undoubtedly aware of the many different weapons that may have been at your disposal. For example, you may have used a knife, gun, rifle, machine gun, or even a bazooka to obliterate your opponent. Besides those offensive weapons, you may have used defensive techniques as well, by way of wearing protective armor or drinking a health potion to get your health levels back up to 100%. In a similar fashion, humans have many different ways by which we can prevent and control disease, as you'll find out in just a little bit. Before going out to do battle in your virtual game, you'll probably agree with me that you need to put on some kind of armor in order to protect your health. In the real world, the best armor we have to stop a pathogen, which is something that may cause disease and harm your health, is known as a vaccine. A vaccine is a preparation containing part of, or a weakened version of, a pathogen, which improves the immune system's fight against disease. In essence, when you get vaccinated, you get shielded against whatever bacterium or virus was in the vaccine you got. The next time this pathogen hits you like a bullet would hit you in your video game, your health wouldn't suffer nearly as badly had you not been vaccinated or shielded against that pathogen. After donning our armor, we need to select a few weapons to help us fight our deadly enemies, the viruses, fungi, bacteria, and parasites that are out to get us. In the armory of the video game, you have a huge selection to choose from. I suggest we choose a wide variety of weapons. Let's take a knife, a flamethrower, and everyone's favorite, a bazooka. Our knife is something that can cut a person and create a wound. If you've ever had a cut, you've probably used something like alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, or iodine to clean up your wound. All of these compounds are known as antiseptics, which are agents that kill most of the microbes on living tissue. By using an antiseptic, you help to kill off potentially disease-causing pathogens that were trying to invade your body through a cut. Besides the knife, you'll remember we're packing a flamethrower. The flamethrower we are going to use is specifically designed to kill off any monsters we may encounter in the video game. However, the flamethrower can't get any of the robots in our game since they are made up of metal and are flame resistant. Therefore, the flamethrower is more of a disinfectant as opposed to a sterilant. A disinfectant is something that kills most, but not all, microbes on an inanimate object or surface, while a sterilant is a substance that kills all living microbes on an inanimate object or surface. Therefore, because a sterilant is more powerful than a disinfectant, it is akin to the bazooka we are packing, which can kill everything from the smallest enemy to the toughest robot we may face in our video game. The other reason we really need that bazooka isn't just to kill something, robotic or otherwise. No, we need it for far bigger purposes as well. Our knife and flamethrower are useless against the planes, tanks, and choppers bringing our enemies into the battlefield. We must stop the transport vehicles from coming onto the field, or we'll never win the battle. The vehicles that transport our enemies, the pathogens that cause disease, are individually known as a vector. In real life, a vector is a living agent that harbors and transmits a pathogen to another living being. For example, a mosquito that drank the blood of a bird infected with a deadly virus will carry that virus in its body. After the mosquito bites a human, it will then transmit the virus to the human as well. That mosquito is like the troop transporter in our game, carrying soldiers, the viruses within it. Once it lands on a human, the battlefield, it will release the viruses to attack us. That's precisely why we must engage in something called vector control, which is a process that eradicates agents of disease transmission, aka vectors. There are many ways by which vector control can occur. For example, we may get rid of stagnant water that is a great breeding ground for mosquitoes, or we may use chemicals to fumigate an area to kill the mosquitoes. Regardless of how it occurs, vector control is important in a mosquito-borne disease known as yellow fever. In some cases, until a preventative vaccination for the disease can be given, controlling the mosquito population is of utmost importance to control the spread of disease. Keep in mind one important thing. A vector doesn't have to be just a mosquito or an insect. It can be any arthropod, mammal, or bird. In any case, after we kill all the monsters, vectors, and robots on the battlefield, you will agree with me that the field will be littered with toxic metal equipment and disgusting decaying corpses of hideous monsters. All the rotting, disemboweled flesh, feces, urine, blood, and toxic metal on the battlefield can seriously harm not only the environment, but our own health as well. This is precisely why countries around the world use sanitation to clean up public messes, big and small. Sanitation is the process of filtering water, cleaning sewage, neutralizing toxins, and engaging in waste collection in order to promote public health. I think you'd agree that just like our morbid battlefield, if garbage, feces, dead animals, and toxins flowed through our water pipes and city streets, we'd be all pretty sick pretty soon. That's not a pretty thought at all. That's exactly why we use sanitation to help prevent and control the spread of disease. As you can tell from this lesson, there are many ways by which we can prevent and control disease. We can prevent a disease by using a vaccine. A vaccine is a preparation containing part of or a weakened version of a pathogen, which improves the immune system's fight against disease. We can control the spread of a pathogen that causes disease by using a variety of substances. Some of them are known as antiseptics, which are agents that kill most of the microbes on living tissue. Others are called disinfectants. A disinfectant is something that kills most, but not all microbes on an inanimate object or surface. Further still, we can use compounds that are known as sterilants. A sterilant is a substance that kills all living microbes on an inanimate object or surface. We can also control the spread of disease by getting rid of vectors. A vector is a living agent that harbors and transmits a pathogen to another living being. A vector can be a mammal, bird, or arthropod. That's precisely why we must engage in something called vector control, which is a process that eradicates agents of disease transmission in order to keep us healthy. Finally, in order to control outbreaks of disease, we also use sanitation to clean up public messes, big and small. Sanitation is the process of filtering water, cleaning sewage, neutralizing toxins, and waste collection designed to promote public health.